Nilitoka kwako juzi nikitaka kukusabahi, mamio alinijibu mwenzio hayuko katoka. Kamuliza kenda wapi, akasema hajui vema. Nilipita vichochoroni nakukuta ukinywa chang'aa. Umekwisha potea, umekwisha potea, wapotea mtoto mzuri kwa kunywa chang'aa. Umekwisha potea, umekwisha potea, wapotea mtoto mzuri kwa kunywa chang'aa. Nilitoka kwako juzi nikitaka kukusabahi, mamio alinijibu mwenzio hayuko katoka. Kamuliza kenda wapi, akasema hajui pema. Nikipita vichochoroni na kukuta ukinywa chang'aa. Umekwisha potea, umekwisha potea, wapotea mtoto mzuri kwa kunywa chang'aa. Umekwisha potea, umekwisha potea, wapotea mtoto mzuri kwa kunywa chang'aa. Umekwisha potea, umekwisha potea, wapotea mtoto mzuri kwa kunywa chang'aa. Umekwisha potea, umekwisha potea, wapotea mtoto mzuri kwa kunywa chang'aa.
Itawezekanaje kufanya mapenzi pasipo na fikira? Heri niwe peke yangu, heri niwe peke yangu, heri niwe peke yangu, heri niwe peke yangu, utiapo fahamu huwa umepotea, na kila ukiwaza shida hutokea. Ulimwengu wa tamti mtukuchezea, utiapo fahamu huwa umepotea, na kila ukiwaza shida hutokea. Mama zoea, mama zoea, mama zoea, mama zoea, mama zoea, mama zoea. Majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, kuna tambo za mitego. Majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, majengo sendi tena, kuna tambo za mitego. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliwacha rumba, ila moyo kunituma. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliwacha rumba, ila moyo kunituma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ngoma. Mombasa sendi tena, Mombasa sendi tena, Mombasa sendi tena, kuna ndogo ndogo nyingi. Mombasa sendi tena, Mombasa sendi tena, Mombasa sendi tena, kuna ndogo ndogo nyingi. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliwacha rumba, ila moyo kunituma. Moyo wangu wanituma vyema, niwe mwanachama wa daima, sitoweza kuliwacha rumba, ila moyo kunituma. Harambee, 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 tuicheze ngoma.
Hello? Hello? Good morning. Could I call attention that we need to get to our seats? We are 1 hour late. We need to begin shortly. Calling for those outside, please come in. Calling for those outside, we will begin in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So those outside, please make your way into the room We need to begin the sessions for today. Those outside, please get in. We shall begin in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, honorable delegates. If you can manage the delegates at the back to move further up towards the front so that we can fill more spaces to this side, that will be good. Even as the other delegates make their way here, I think in the interests of time, we need to start off the activities, and the other delegates who are not here with us will catch up. And I thank you for showing up today and being ready for today's discussions. So, maybe just a brief recap of the issues and the discussions and the activities that took place yesterday during the first day of this the 7th annual Devolution Conference. You may recall that we had a number of sessions here in the main plenary, including the high plenary when the official opening happened, and two other general plenary sessions, as well as 5 breakaway sessions where discussions on various issues took place. And we thank you all for those discussions that we had yesterday. Maybe just to mention some of the main issues which came through from yesterday. And the first one is that I heard from across the board, from each and every speaker without exception, that it is urgent now, it is necessary that we take action to forestall any negative changes in the climate and weather patterns, in order to forestall any further damage to our ecosystem. And also, the second point I had from practically all the sessions that I attended, I also managed to sample a few of the breakaway sessions, is that we actually need to commit and align resources towards this fight against climate change with the debilitating effects. Because as it was noted here, even during the opening session by speaker after speaker, is that the damages of climate change and all that are clear and evident for everyone to see. Kenya is among the top countries in the world in terms of being affected with the climate change. I remember His Excellency the President mentioned that we are at number 31. So it is a major concern for all of us. Nationally, we also said that both national and county levels have a role to play in this process, but also that role entails coordination and discussion between the two levels, and agree on a joint plan of action on what needs to be done in terms of alignment of priorities, in terms of distribution of resources to fight climate change, and in terms of even alignment and building of capacity to respond to challenges of climate change. And we still have today and tomorrow with very interesting discussions, and I believe that as we move to the last day of the conference and we issue a joint communique from this process, we are going to have a very concrete way forward, which is informed by the issues and discussions at the global level. As it was mentioned, a number of delegates were in Scotland for the global discussions, and I have no doubt some of these discussions have percolated into the discussions that we are having as delegates of the Devolution Conference here. I have no doubt that what we come up with as the resolutions for action from this conference will definitely be informed by the global and national perspectives on the challenges, and even at the county level, the issues and processes that are taking place. So today we have also a number of activities which are lined up. We were supposed to start these at 8 in the morning. We are almost 1 hour and 4 minutes late into the program, but I believe that we'll catch up. Yesterday, before the breakaway sessions, we had sub-theme 1, which we finished. And so today, we are starting off with sub-theme 2, climate change and disaster risk management. That will be the first plenary here. Shortly, I will invite the moderator to take us through the program and what is arranged for us here in the plenary. Then at 10:30, we'll move on to the second plenary in the main plenary here, which is financing climate action at the subnational level. So here we are focusing in our case at the county level and the financing of any activities relating to climate change, and we have our moderators and panelists who will join us for this. You do realize, if you look at your programs on page 8, that there is a slight change in the order of things. From 12:05 p.m., we were supposed to have the Right Honorable Prime Minister, but as you all well know, he graced this function yesterday. So instead, we will have the Honorable, the Chief Justice, Justice Martha Koome, joining us at 12 noon for this session that was originally slated for the Prime Minister. Before that, of course, as I've said, we have 2 plenaries to discuss. And then we shall break for lunch after the session with the Chief Justice and reconvene here at exactly 2 p.m. And thereafter, we'll move on, at 2 p.m., we'll move on to sub-theme 4, which is vulnerability and resilience in the face of climate change. And this, we'll have the moderator, the Chief Operations Officer at Equity Bank, Mr. Polycarp Igade. Immediately after that, 1 session after lunch, then again, we'll break into the breakaway sessions for the 5 sessions which are mentioned on page 9 of your program. These are tourism post-COVID-19. That is breakaway session 1. Then we have building a sustainable blue economy sector in the wake of climate change. And then we have recovery and reengineering of local trade and manufacturing in the wake of climate change also. Then we have the 4th as the mapping and amplifying of women's voices in climate action. And the 5th breakaway session will be on building resilience and mitigating the impact of COVID-19. In the afternoon, we'll tell you the order in which this will be distributed in the tents around. And of course, this will mark the end of the discussions for today, the breakaway sessions. But remember, today we have a gala dinner thereafter, so please just know that your dinner will be catered for at this venue later in the evening. Don't make arrangements elsewhere outside this place. We have a gala dinner later after we finish with the breakaway sessions. We will advise on the exact time. I believe we'll give you some time to refresh and then come back for the gala dinner, but we'll advise on the right time for this. So I see we are a good quorum to start. So I will therefore now invite the session moderator for the session today to take us off with the first. And Mr. Victor Orindi is our moderator for this. He's from the ADA consortium, and he'll take us through this first session for today. Thank you very much. So maybe before we start the session proper, we can please stand up for the national anthem. It's good to start off with the national anthem, which also is really our national prayer. So please, we can be upstanding before we start the session proper. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Welcome, Mr. Victor, to take us through this session.
Thanks, Conrad. Good morning, distinguished delegates and participants. We are going to have a session today to build on the discussions we had yesterday. As you've heard from the rapporteur and also from the keynote speakers and also other panelists yesterday, we do recognize that Kenya is a disaster-prone country, and therefore we need to do more going forward to proactively deal with the challenges that we have at hand. And to do that, we have an able panel that we are going to invite to come over, including His Excellency Governor Roba from Mandera County, if you can make your way to the podium. Ambassador Kali Musavi, the FAO representative to Kenya. Mr. Walid Badawi, UNDP resident representative. Nicholas Maingi, representing Ms. Stella Aura of Kenya Meteorological Department. And Mr. James Oduor, CEO of the National Drought Management Authority. Welcome to the podium. As they come, from yesterday, we do know that the climate-related disasters are actually increasing in frequency and intensity. If you look at drought affects large parts of the country, most of the areas, which are approximately over 80%. We look at floods, we see them in large parts of the country, the Tana Delta, Budalangi, Nyando Basin, mudslides in central Kenya, parts of Rift Valley. You saw what happened recently in West Pokot, among others. And when this happens, they bring a lot of havoc, impact people, the infrastructure, and generally the economy. They cut on people's access to basic resources like water, food, among other things, and hence worsening the poverty situation in our country. Additionally, we do know from science that the climate-related disasters will worsen as climate change. And we, of course, we've started experiencing this in one way or the other. I think it's not anything to argue about as of now. Yesterday, we appreciated the progress made in terms of moving forward as a country to deal with some of these challenges, and we took note especially progress made in the policy space in terms of putting in place the necessary legislative and policy frameworks to guide our activities. We want to build on this with the team that is seated ahead in front here to see how best we can anticipate what might come tomorrow, next couple of years. We can proactively deal with these challenges, because if we don't, and you've seen what happened last year and part of this year when COVID also came knocking, we need to prepare. And that's the theme that these people will be talking about, the distinguished panelists. And as you can see, we have representatives from the international community, we have people from the national government institutions, but we also county government representative. To start us off, our colleagues from UNDP have been kind enough to share with us a short 2-minute video on Frankie the dinosaur. How many have watched that? So it seems very insignificant amount in the room. So I'll request those who are operating the system to just let us have that video for 2 minutes, and then we'll invite the first speaker, who will be Governor Ali Roba. Thank you. The video, please. Are the dinosaurs still there, or they are all extinct? Are there dinosaurs in your neighborhood? I think it's the video, as you will see from the video, it demonstrates that we are actually facing a very serious challenge. That if we are not careful and take immediate actions, then we might actually all be extinct. So we need to take action now. It's loading. Okay. I'm told it's still loading, so in the interest of time, I think I'll go to the first panelist so that we'll watch the video at some point. So, Governor Roba, I think I'll start with you. You experience, just like anybody else in the room here, the worsening situation with the climate-related disasters, be they drought, be they the flooding. And I do believe that as county governments, you've been doing a lot of work to ensure that we minimize the impact, but also build resilience of our communities. So the question I would want to put to you is, looking back, we've had devolution for close to 8 years. What are some of the things that you can talk about in terms of success and challenges as far as disaster management is concerned? And maybe as you do that, it's good to look at successes, yes, but often also we can get lessons from some of the challenges we experienced. And when you conclude, would you say that counties are better prepared to manage disasters now, going forward?
Thank you very much, Pana Moderator. Good morning, all. As you are all aware, county governments form the first line of response to disasters, and as such, by default, you know, we've just inherited the fact that we needed to build a lot of resilience around climate change mitigation as well as adaptation, and both in terms of adapting to mitigate the severity of the occurrence and also to minimize the frequency of the occurrence of disasters in our area. And some of the interventions, maybe I will start with legislative interventions such as enactment of various legislations and their accompanying, policies, such as Climate Change Act, Climate Adaptation Fund Act, County Disaster Management Act, among others, in terms of dealing with that. But in terms of, programs, also counties have adapted the process of mainstreaming the issues of disaster preparedness and management at the county level by way of infrastructure development, in ranging from stormwater, protection programs that in areas that are prone to disasters, such as bridges, drifts, construction of stormwater protection mechanism in different scales, depending on the areas and the situation that they are faced with. The other programs that counties have undertaken and mainstreamed is in the area of investment in the program of afforestation. Of course, it's a lot easier to discuss the issue of afforestation from the perspective of tree growing. In areas endowed with rain, tree planting is very easy. We say we plant 300,000, 1 million trees, because all it requires is to go to the field and plant trees. But in the ASALs, it's very different. We grow trees. We don't plant. You need to plant the trees, give aftercare for a period of 2 to 3 years until the trees are able to resiliently mature and able to withstand the climate challenges that it has. As such, the cost of climate change mitigation varies also from region to region. When you look at, for example, in Mandera County, the county I am the governor, we've spent so far 880 million in planting trees in Mandera town and its environs, because we've looked at the issue of climate change mitigation by way of afforestation a bit critically, and what we have done is use it as a safety net program for vulnerable mothers in Mandera. So about 1,300 vulnerable women make a living out of planting and watering trees and taking care of trees, while the other infrastructure like availing water and that is done by the county government. And so far we've done 250,000 trees in Mandera town. And likewise, that I was just taking as an example of one of the counties, but these trees are not just planted. You have to water every day because the temperatures are very unfriendly. And this coupled with also adaptation of synergizing in terms of limited resources we have from different actors by way of responding to disasters and other challenges that occur within our counties through the county steering group mechanism that brings together other actors at the county level, where resources are pooled for us to be able to respond to an emerging challenge as it is among the many issues that we've looked at. And in the counties, every county you go, you will find a lot of gabion, construction in terms of trying to look at mudslide protection as well as stormwater, large-scale stormwater movement protection as we have. And these are the investments. And in the overall, as you've said, because the mitigation is a lot, and in the area of firefighting, capacity building for our counties, where we had nothing before, at least now in the county headquarters, the 47 county headquarters have fire engines and firefighting equipment as well as trained personnel to respond to fire disaster. However, that has not been cascaded to the sub-county level and ward level as required, and that is an area that we envisage to grow towards. Then to summarize with the question about are the counties better prepared now than before? Definitely yes, but our stage of preparation is still at infancy stage, because devolution is just about 9 years old, and some areas have been left behind extensively. The resemblance of infrastructure has just happened under the devolution resource that is allocated to these counties. And in terms of maybe personnel and capacity building, a lot has taken shape, and this is where the national government can play a lot of roles in terms of not only the counties mainstreaming, but in all aspects of our planning at the national level, at the county level, and other non-state actors. We need to mainstream the issues of climate change, because this is an absolute reality that is with us, and the effect is here with us. Until we have holistically mitigated through starting from family level to organizations, to every individual, to governments at all level and other players, and that is what I'll contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. I think the main message from me is that a lot is happening. We've done something as far as counties are concerned, but there's still a lot more to be done in terms of strengthening the capacity, more so going down to the sub-counties and even to the community level, and we can build on this going forward. I'm told that the video is ready, so maybe before I invite the next panelist, we can have the video. Frankie the dinosaur.
Uko sawa ama nikupe muda? Poa. Haya basi. Hebu sikilizeni. Nafahamu sana kuhusu kuangamizwa. Hili sio jambo bayana. Wacha niwaambie. Kuangamia sio jambo njema. Kisha mnajiangamiza wenyewe kwa miaka milioni 70 ni jambo la kustajabisha sana nilowahi kusikia. Angalau tulikuwa na vimondo. Kipi kisingizio chenu? Mnaelekea jangani sababu mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, lakini kila mwaka serikali zinatumia mabilioni ya fedha za umma kuruzuku vyanzo chafuzi vya nishati. Hebu tafakari kama tungetumia mabilioni kila mwaka kuruzuku vimondo. Hivyo ndivyo mnavyofanya. Fikirini ni mambo mangapi ya manufaa mnaweza kufanya kutumia hizo pesa. Watu wengi duniani wanaishi katika hali ya umaskini. Hamoni kwa mngekuwa jambo la busara zaidi kuwasaidia wasiojiweza kuliko kulipia uangamizaji wenu? Wacheni niwaambie kinaga ubaga. Mnapopambana na janga la COVID-19, kuna fursa kubwa zaidi, haswa mnapoboresha uchumi wenu. Hii ni nafasi adimu kwenu. Wazo langu ni hili: msichague kujiangamiza. Jiokoeni isije ikawa majuto. Huu ni wakati mwafaka. Wacheni visingizio, fanyeni mabadiliko. Asanteni.
Thank you. A clap for UNDP. Thank you. I'll move to the next speaker, Ambassador Kala. Ambassador, you do know that with the increasing climate-related disasters, we have impacts both on land but also underwater. And we do believe that having worked across different regions, different areas, you might have some experiences to share with us. But more importantly, I would like you also to focus on how we might strengthen our food systems, more so at the community level, because without food, I think we have a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. So, Madam Kala, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victor, and good morning, fellow panelists and distinguished delegates. As it's really rightly said, and we heard it from yesterday, Kenya is number 31 in terms of vulnerability to climate change. And of course, the moderator in his introduction has already, of course, really gave the numbers, the intensity, and also the frequency of floods or of drought that we are really facing right now, particularly affecting the ASAL countries, where we have around 2.5 already millions of people facing food insecurity. And I should really add here also the increase of diseases, particularly on livestock. And also we see pests such as desert locust. In Kenya, we were affected by 2 invasions from 2019 to 2021, and this had not happened for almost 70 years. So what I could say is that what have we learned so far? The governor, and I couldn't really agree more, and yesterday also the resident coordinator has emphasized that resilience building is really the way forward. We have to strengthen capacity at local, at subnational, at the national level in order to sustain the shocks and crises. And let me add that really, in order to effectively address those crises and disasters, there is a need for greater, I should say, investment in multi-hazard early warning systems that have the capability of providing the needed data that will allow really effective decision making. And I should also add that those systems have the potential to ensure that the early action is taken in advance, thereby avoiding really the catastrophic effects caused by disaster. It's not always easy, but the early action is important. Anticipatory action is not only easy to mobilize resources for that, but there are experiences, just to share that, for instance, in 2021, through the early warning system mechanisms, we learned already that the October, November, December rains will fall short. And this was already in addition to the, of course, failure of the rain in 2020. So you could really see the intensity and the impact of to the rural communities, particularly in terms of vulnerability and looking at women and children. And of course, together, working together, and of course, the UN umbrella with the government, with local communities, we were able to really anticipate action and mobilize resources that allowed, of course, to respond to the emergency. But as I indicated, that those are examples that should be really followed and taken up. It's not always easy to mobilize resources again for anticipatory action, but we know that it's cheaper and it saves lives and livelihoods. And of course, let me add that through the support of FAO in the context that I just presented, we were able to, of course, supporting the government to establish the Desert Locust Command Center that includes an information officer with the capability to provide data for early warning, preparedness, action, and response. So those systems are really crucial. The other point that I could add is on inadequate and sometimes non-existence policies, and this also coupled with maybe lack of implementation. This is an issue that also came very strongly yesterday. We do have policies, it's true, but maybe there I should say that policies are not static, they evolve, and sometimes we have to adequate them and improve them. But there are areas that we have to create new policies. For instance, I should say that Kenya didn't have a strategy for management of migratory and invasive pests when the desert locusts invaded the country. Of course, and this has created challenges in terms of effective and efficient response and also coordination. Coordination is key. We all heard what the governor said. Again, we supported, of course, the government to develop the strategy that is now in place. And of course, this will really allow, in order to respond. We were concerned when we heard that Mandera just 1 month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, was invaded by another swarm. And because we had learned the lessons from the 2 previous invasions, we quickly mobilized the scouters that with really technologies, they were able to do the surveillance and provide the information that will allow us to quickly respond. So, and this has been done involving the communities. And I should say here, young people that we really trained, the county involved, and also at the national level. Another issue that maybe I should also bring to this conversation is coordination. Coordination and cooperation, of course here local, subnational, and at the global level is also key for disaster and risk management. International cooperation is key so that we ensure that the necessary global policies really are adopted and domesticated, and also resources are mobilized. One example that I want also to bring is that the development of the resilient programming framework that was spearheaded by the State Department of the Assaults with the engagement and involvement of counties. And also the inaction of the disaster risk management bill by the parliament are also very important interventions that should be supported. Maybe what I could say is that all this would really allow to act in advance, be coordinated, building that capacity that is needed so that we can really ensure food security and nutrition. Agriculture is affected deeply by climate change, and we see this, but it can also contribute to really mitigate and adapt to climate change. And communities, they have a very important role to play in this context. They should be involved. One thing that, of course, maybe the section that will follow will deal about climate finance. What I see there, it's important that also the procedures are really simplified. And of course, we guide the communities in order to be able to access really those funds so that, of course, the initiatives that are really emerging from the community level can be supported. Let me stop here. I could also bring, of course, we just had the Food System Summit in Kenya. This is a process that really involved at the community, at subnational, at the national level, and we saw the issues that were really coming from the conversation. Issues such as nutrition, we know that it's still a challenging issue, particularly children under 5 years, also women, elderly, issues such as digitalization that are really key to transform agro-food systems, among others. So I should say that if we are able to address them and create the synergies that are needed, of course, integrate the policies at the national development plan so that we can also budget for it, this will really allow us to go one step further. So thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kala, for that intervention. Key points there about the need to look forward, anticipatory actions, which you acknowledge that's very difficult to mobilize resources for, but can play a very critical role in terms of minimizing impacts, but also supporting livelihoods. And the other point you talk about is the need for multi-hazard sort of warning system for early action. So maybe I jump to the weatherman because Nicholas was supposed to talk about coming up with a robust early warning system that can help us ensure that we anticipate, we minimize losses on the economy, impacts on people, etc. So Nicholas, from your experience and also as an institution, how do we move forward in terms of developing this comprehensive early warning system to help us deal proactively but also effectively with the challenges at hand?
Thank you very much, moderator. Distinguished delegates, good morning. An early warning system are key for climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, and aim to avoid or reduce the damage caused from hazards. To be effective, early warning systems need to be actively involve the people and community at risk for a range of hazards. We also need to facilitate public education and awareness of the risks. There is dissemination of the message and warning efficiently, and ensure that there is constant state of preparedness and that early action is enabled. The significance of an effective early warning system lies in the recognition of its benefit by the local people. Early warning systems for climate-related risks must rely on sound scientific and technical base, focus on people or sector mostly exposed to the risk. This implies the adoption of a system approach incorporating all relevant risk factors, whether arising from climate hazards or social vulnerabilities, and these usually range from short-term to long-term. Example, what we are seeing now in the eastern part of the country is a long-term effect of the drought. Early warning systems include detection, analysis, prediction, and then warning dissemination, followed by response, decision-making, and implementation. To be effective and complete, an early warning system needs to comprise 4 interacting elements. That's the risk knowledge, monitoring and warning services. I think that's where the Kenya Meteorological Department falls. Dissemination and communication and response capability. Early warning systems are directly relevant to diverse sectors that are primarily affected by climate-related risks, reduction, health, agriculture, forestry, building, coastal, and urban areas. Coming to Kenya, in the Kenya Meteorological Department, we have two sets of warning. There is a set which we call the haddock or short-term hazards. These are where we have strong winds, heavy rains occurring in a short period, and we usually give a warning quite early, and this warning mainly, apart from the public, is directed to the various agencies, especially, for example, the National Operations Center, my colleague here from the National Drought Management Authority, and Kenya Red Cross. Then there's the other long-term warning, and this is usually when we give the season prediction, whereby, for example, the season for October-November rains, the forecast was given in September, and already the warning was that the eastern part of the country and the northern part of the country will have very short rains and rains below normal. And this is evident, as you can see here, we are in Makueni today. Unfortunately, it's November going towards December, and rains have not been seen. So that's a warning whereby at least the government and the county government needs to take action. When we talk of the climate outlook or the seasonal focus, what we do is we include all stakeholders, whereby agriculture, health, disaster management agencies, we give them the focus and they tell us what effects or what actions need to be taken. So, as Madam Ambassador has just said, the multilateral hazard early warning system is working in Kenya. Coming to the county level, in the county level, at least in each county, although Kenya Meteorological Department is not devolved, but in each county we have a meteorological person there who assists in at least giving the warnings. So all the national forecasts are downscaled to various counties and also to the level of sub-counties. And when it comes to the seasonal focus, again, they have some meetings whereby they call the public participatory scenario planning. This is where the various agencies meet with the weather forecast guys, and at least they plan what they expect to do at the county level. Apart from the agencies, we also have various groups of farmers, religious leaders, whereby at least they are our intermediary people who at least speak to the grassroots or the end farmer, or even if it's water harvesting and all that. So mainly, at least I can say we have tried to have a good early warning system which is involving all the other sectors.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think key message I take from you is the need to involve users, and you've tried as much as possible in terms of involving the sectors, but also ensuring that different users at the county level, even at the sub-county level, get the relevant information, especially the seasonal forecast, through such initiatives such as participatory scenario planning, and we can build on that going forward. So maybe I come to Walid from UNDP. Walid, we do appreciate and know that you engage a lot with governments, CSOs, and all others across the globe. And of course, listening from yesterday, you do appreciate that counties especially are at crossroads in terms of having to engage or having to deal with some of these emergencies. And they're likely to get worse going forward. So from your experience, but also lessons from here and elsewhere, we do know that you've engaged more with the counties, And they are possible catalyst for action, actually. Apart from just being at the front line, they are also catalyst for action. What lessons can you share with the participants in terms of how that can be strengthened going forward to ensure that we deal with some of the challenges in a more sustainable manner?
Thank you, Victor, so much, and to my fellow panelists for excellent interventions. Absolutely, I think, let me perhaps at the outset appreciate and recognize the Council of Governors, but also the national government and the Ministry of Devolution and all of the leadership that is here for, as I had said in an interview recently, Kenya having both the hindsight and the foresight to make the theme of the Devolution Conference around climate action. Because, Victor, as you've said and as everybody has said, disasters are highly contextual. They land in a very specific location that is vulnerable to a range of risks, and therefore the need to clearly map what those risk factors are, and to be able to then take the necessary disaster risk reduction measures, which I'll get into shortly, in responding to that. So it is very, very timely that the conference here taking place just on the heels of Glasgow really energizes action at the county level. I don't know if my picture is up on the slide. I hope it is, because I will be bringing a little bit of experience from elsewhere first, Victor. And before I came to Kenya, I served for 5.5 years in South Africa. Is the picture up?
Can we have the image projected as well it speaks?
And in South Africa, we were implementing a disaster risk management, disaster risk reduction intervention, addressing the vulnerability to forest fires. And for some of you that may have followed, back in 2017, the southern coast of South Africa was ravaged by the worst fires that hit the country in history. And it affected 300 kilometers of the country on the southern coast, with hundreds of millions of dollars in damage to infrastructure, to lives and livelihoods, and of course the ultimate price, the loss of lives. And what I wanted to show you through that picture, which I hope is being projected now, because a picture speaks volumes. A picture speaks more than 1,000 words, as the expression says. And what that picture shows is that with a very limited but strategic and responsive set of disaster risk reduction interventions, major catastrophes can be averted. So what that picture shows is the path of the fire that was ravaging that whole coast, that literally bypassed Kranchuk, which was one of 4 villages that we were supporting under this program through disaster risk reduction efforts. So this was early warning systems to ensure that the communities living in those villages are aware of weather patterns on specific days, and we've made that available through technology. But also that the cropping and the planting of certain vegetation is non-combustible and therefore able to resist that kind of forest fires, that hydrants, natural hydrants, are functional. And so very basic but very critical interventions that when disaster strikes, as inevitably it will, this can be averted. It was a fairly small investment of funding brought by the Global Environment Facility, but highly effective. And so my first message from that picture is that disaster risk reduction investment pays off. We never know when such a crisis will hit, and it is important that we be prepared. But let me perhaps summarize a few of the lessons that I would extract both from this South Africa experience, but more broadly. And I've summarized them into what I would say the 5 Ps. These are not the 5 Ps of the Sustainable Development Goals, but these are a different 5 Ps, but they do overlap somewhat. And the first P I would extract here is what I would say is power. And by power, I refer to the importance of leadership. And leadership is at the national level, and we see how, and through His Excellency the President's intervention yesterday, a very clear and strong commitment in Kenya at the highest levels of government to address climate change, but also disaster risk reduction, given how everybody has said Kenya is highly vulnerable to climate change. But that leadership is also at the county level. And Governor Roba, your intervention today exemplified exactly the policy action and the structures that you are putting in place in Mandera. But other governors, and we've heard from them also over the course of the last day and a half or so, also illustrating what they are doing. But leadership is not just political leadership. Leadership is all of us sitting in this room, and we all have a role to play to actually ensure that disaster risk reduction is prioritized and more investments start to flow. So whether you're the media and the Fourth Estate covering this event and how much you have an amplification force on getting messages out, you have a role to play to actually look at how resilience spending and resilience investment is happening. Research institutions and academia bringing in the knowledge and the science to bear and bringing it to the attention of policymakers so that they can actually make informed decisions. Financing institutions, whether they're international development banks, donors, bilateral, the private sector, you have a critical role to play to make those decisions to make sure that the funding goes to avert possible risks in the future. So the first P really is around that political leadership required. And this has to be an enlightened, accountable, visionary leadership. We know how political cycles are. They're 5 years, and you run for re-election if we're talking about the political leadership. So when you have to make an investment as a sitting governor on whether you're going to put money for resilience or you're going to put something that sustains the next political cycle, is to me a very critical measure of that enlightened leadership, because those good leaders are the ones that will make those investments that maybe even in their political cycle they don't have the opportunity to harvest. But it is the right decision. The second P that I would refer to is policies. And that is the whole enabling environment and space within which disaster risk reduction lies. And I think we've heard and seen how robust that policy framework is in Kenya, both at the national level, but also at the county levels. But it is, as Governor Roba said, it's still in its infancy. And therefore, the sustained support to build on that policy framework that exists, whether it's the ending drought emergency, and we'll hear, of course, from Mr. Odor there in a short while about the substantial investment that Kenya has made around drought. But there are other risks in Kenya as well. We're seeing the rising lakes, and we're seeing the desert locusts and many others. COVID-19, even though that may not be a direct climate-related risk, but the issue is that multi-hazard risk mapping is so crucial. I also want to commend Kenya for the disaster risk management bill that is currently being tabled for enactment, and that would be a highly important framework, a legal framework at the national, but also with implications at the subnational level to ensure that the country has a much more robust governance structure and framework to respond to disaster risks. As UNDP, we've been supporting, of course, at the national and the county level, the capacity and the development of so many of these disaster risk management policies and plans under our joint devolution program. But with many, many others. And also in terms of the early warning systems that were just spoken about, this has to influence and inform the policies that are context-specific. The Secretary General, on the occasion of the International Disaster Risk Reduction Day on the 13th of October, made a very clear statement that if 24 hours of early warning is provided, 30% of the damage that is likely to occur can be reduced significantly. And this speaks to the picture which I think is now before you. The green oasis is, as you can tell, Kranchuk, that is the village where the project was active, and the area around it is of course ravaged by the fires, and you can see how that trajectory of the fire entirely bypassed the village. So it's not a hypothetical, this is a very real reality. Let me come to the third P, and that is partnerships. And everybody yesterday has spoken about the need to have these partnerships at global, regional, country, county levels to ensure that climate action is responded to effectively. Glasgow was effectively around partnerships. And I think this is something that I can only reinforce. Kenya has done relatively well in being able to attract international finance for climate change in Africa, but it doesn't come near the $62 billion figure that we've heard from President Kenyatta yesterday to implement the nationally determined contribution of Kenya and to reach that 32% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, but also, of course, on the adaptation side. And here, when we talk about disaster risk management, we are talking about investments in adaptation and adaptation capacity. But there are so many global international financing sources that are available, the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the Global Environment Facility, and many, many others, that Kenya is being readied with support of many of the international and development partners here, including UNDP, to actually more readily tap into those. A lot was mentioned about afforestation and reforestation. Through the RED Plus program that UNDP is implementing with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, we are readying the country to be able to tap into much larger financing for reforestation efforts. To help meet the 10% tree cover goal by next year, we've put in place a multi-partner trust fund, and CS Tobiko yesterday spoke about that, and we hope to mobilize the kind of resources to allow the acceleration between now and next year to meet that very, very ambitious goal. So partnerships and finance are critical, but what I would say here is that relying on international financing sources is never going to be enough. This has to be cascaded down and budgeted for in national and county governments. And that's why this conference is so critical, to get that political commitment so that coming out of Makueni here, we can actually start to see the budgets for resilience building actually start to show pictures like that from Kenya. The fourth P is programs. And here I think we need to be looking at a new generation of programming that actually looks at the humanitarian development and peace nexus, not as silos of interventions, but as interconnected ones that design programs that simultaneously address the humanitarian risks that we face as a country, but also put that in a development context, and at the same time will contribute to peace. Now, this is, for example, we can look at programs that bring young people into the agroforestry value chain to plant trees and grow trees and create sustainable businesses, and at the same time take them from the risk of radicalization and other negative influences that we've heard also yesterday being spoken about. So designing programs that actually have the win-win-win and the triple nexus in mind is such a critical one, but also looking at addressing the most vulnerable. And we've heard a lot yesterday, the resident coordinator of the UN spoke about the vulnerability of women, particularly to climate change. And so how do we ensure that the leave no one behind detailed analysis of what the country team has done here in Kenya is actually factored into that programming. And there are a host of projects and programs that I can refer to that we have been implementing very successfully that actually create that nexus. The fifth and final P is really to pray. Because we can never anticipate when that next disaster comes, and so I think we do have to pray that that doesn't hit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a lot, and you've explained a lot in details. I want to try to recap. The key thing is that disaster risk management pays off, and we need to look at the 5 Ps. So this now takes me to the CEO of NDMA, Mr. James Oduor, who I'll invite to reflect a bit in terms of how we move together as a country. We do appreciate that as climate continue changing, the droughts becoming severe, floods becoming severe and more frequent, the cost of response goes up as well. But unfortunately, communities' capacity to respond is weakened. So I'll invite James to take a few minutes to reflect in terms of our preparedness as a country, more so in terms of drought management going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Excellencies, governors present here this morning, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think our colleague panelists have said it all, but let me add a few points based on what Victor has said. I want to concentrate on significant milestones that we have made towards enhancing the capacity of the country to manage drought. A few significant milestones. And for this topic, the first question to ask, what capacities do we actually need to manage a drought? In my view, I would suggest four capacities that are required, and for each of them, I will mention some milestones that we have achieved or the milestones that we plan to achieve. Number one of the capacities that we required, first and foremost, are the institutions to do the job. And this has also been mentioned here. The second is the knowledge. Because for you to do the job or for something to be done, then whoever is doing it must have the knowledge. Then number three, of course, the resources. And in terms of resources, we could be looking at money. Cash is number one, but also human beings are resources. And then finally, the issue of relationships, which my colleague has also mentioned. Now, to start with institutions, I want to say that drought will always be with us. It is an ever-present risk, and for this reason, it requires constant vigilance by institutions, which can develop and retain the necessary skills and experiences. In terms of institutions, we have made two significant milestones. One is the creation of NDMA in 2011, and that creation has been reinforced by NDMA Act 2016. Before NDMA was created, droughts were being managed through time-limited projects, donor-funded projects. However, a permanent institution allows us to learn and apply lessons and improve continuity. The other milestone in terms of institutions is the devolution in 2013. County governments are now on the forefront or the front line of drought management and are well placed to ensure quick and appropriate response. They have significantly improved the speed of response and also the quality of response since 2013. We have analyzed the situation, and although we still suffer, the county governments have done a really a great job. The second one is on knowledge. We need knowledge to know what is happening. And I want to start by saying that droughts are not like floods or earthquakes. In their early stages, they are not immediately obvious. They evolve slowly, which means that we can track the evolution and respond accordingly before emergency is reached, if we do a good job and have that knowledge. Here we have also made two significant milestones. The first one is drought early warning system, which has also been mentioned. The drought early warning system provides information to stakeholders every month, and even more frequently when needed. It draws on many different sources, including community knowledge, visual assessments, technical information from government departments, and satellite data. The systems that we use, drought early warning system, has evolved over 30 years, and we are constantly reviewing and refining it. One area we want to improve is how we present and share the information with all relevant stakeholders, including the communities that are affected. The other significant milestone in terms of knowledge is the issue of scalable cash transfers. One way in which we use the early warning system is to trigger emergency cash payments that are sent direct to families' bank accounts registered through the Hunger Safety Net program. This is a fast, accountable, and innovative response to drought. A milestone we have not yet achieved is to expand the system to support households in more counties. We are only doing cash transfers in 4 counties, arid counties, and now we are expanding to another 4. But if this is expanded to all the counties, then our response will be timely and will be really significant. The third issue is on the resources. We must always have means to act when we need to act. Of course, as I said earlier, the obvious resource is money. And this must be accessible at any one time to enable us to take action without delay. The other resource is skilled and experienced personnel. In terms of resources, we have also made some significant milestones. One is on the issue of National Drought Emergency Fund. The legal framework was approved early this year for the fund, and the fund now is being capitalized, and I think before July next year, we should be having the fund so that we can respond. Over the first few years, with the grant funding from the European Union, NDMA has started the systems which we will use to disperse the money from the fund. Preposition finance has always been the missing link between early warning information and early response. Now we'll have the means to act. In fact, people wonder always, they ask me or they ask, if you really have good early warning system, if you can see it coming, and you always see drought coming, how come when it comes, it hits very hard, and we don't seem to move very fast, and we don't seem to take significant actions? With the fund now coming, we'll have early warning, early action. We also have the issue of disaster risk finance. And here I want to say, moderator, that Kenya was the first country in Africa to develop national disaster risk financing strategy. With the past support of the World Bank, the National Treasury is working to protect the burden from the impact of shocks and negotiate faster access to assistance when required. The recent example include the funding for floods in need and coordinate the many different actors who contribute, even within government. We have also many sectors and different levels of governments are involved. Collaboration here is essential. Poor coordination wastes time and also wastes valuable resources and can cause harm. Even when there's no drought, we all have the responsibility to take steps which make people less vulnerable to the next drought.
This is done through sustainable development. It is why we say that drought is a development issue, because we respond to drought through sustainable development. The way we use our development resources matters. The resources used badly, they can make people even more vulnerable. If we use the resources well, they can equip them to withstand the next crisis. In terms of these relationships, we've made one significant milestone, and this is also in terms of ending drought emergencies, which has also been mentioned. For the first 6 years, we have been trying to bring stakeholders and counties together to consider how they can collaborate to reduce drought risk. As we move into the next phase of ending drought emergency, the milestones we want to achieve include ensuring that counties feel more ownership of this process and that more organizations, including the private sector, are involved. The task is enormous, but we are more likely to achieve it if we pull together around shared vision and common approach. In conclusion, I want to say that I've been involved with drought management for a very long time. The system we use in Kenya today has been built over many years, and its strengths are acknowledged, our system's strengths are acknowledged among international experts in this field. It has taken time and effort as we sustain the support from our partners. There's much more we plan to do, particularly improving efficiency and impact of coordination and of the information we make available. But drought risk management is the responsibility of all of us, and I urge each one of us to act accordingly. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, CEO and DMA. I think key things I pick from you is that we need many capacities that you've articulated clearly in terms of institutions. Now we have permanent institutions that can track and work to manage the drought. We need partnerships, and also we need resources. We have good examples that you've also highlighted, including the creation of the National Drought Emergency Fund that should help us proactively deal with the challenge going forward. And of course, the need to involve everybody from communities, counties, and the national level, especially with the ED initiative, so that there's more ownership. Thank you, panelists. We do have some good number of minutes, and therefore is now opportunity to open the discussion. So we'll invite a few questions or additions if you have, but keep them brief so that we might allow as many as possible to do so. So maybe I'll request Commissioner and Conrad, if you can help me get maybe 3 or so interventions from the floor, which the panelists can respond to. I see a hand there. We can do with 3 in the first instance. Is there a roving mic? Would you want to come if there's a mic over here? Oh, there's a mic there. We can take the 2 questions. Any other? The third one? Then the 4th.
Thank you, and good morning, and what a wonderful panel. Stephen Jackson, resident coordinator. Quick question, James, you and I have discussed this a little before, but the question of Kenya insuring herself against drought. You've rightly said this is a very recurrent problem. It's only becoming more recurrent because of the climate emergency. In any other walk of life, when we're exposed to a risk, if it's health, we insure as individuals. If our house is at risk of burning down because of fire, we insure, so that the day that the disaster actually happens, the insurance company pays out. That exists for countries for drought. There's a scheme through the United Nations, the AU, called the Africa Risk Capacity. Kenya used to pay into that scheme, but you can also insure on the private market. So just to invite James's thoughts on the possibility for Kenya to insure against this, and maybe also throw it to the governor and see if there would be anything preventing counties individually from insuring against disaster risk. Thanks.
Thanks. We'll take all the questions and then I'll invite the panelists to respond.
Thank you very much. This is Irene Geribaldi. I'm the head of cooperation at the European Union. First of all, let me thank the panelists for the very interesting intervention of what we consider also as European Union one of our main target for support to Kenya. I wanted to ask a little bit of a broader questions. Our main partner on support resilience and fighting climate change is the National National Drought Management Authority. And I wanted to ask how do you see an improvement at county level of the action through the authority, and what we can do further to support the area. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm Simon Kioko Kitheka, the Finance Director, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. We represent the business community in areas of advocacy and educating the business community on the resilience and what they can do to participate in protecting the environment. My question and my comment actually is on the issues of governance in terms of taxation in the county governments and the national government. When you look at 10 years ago, the government of Kenya decided to lower taxation on LPGs so that we can protect the environment, protecting people from using charcoal and firewood. But actually, the situation has now been reversed. Taxation has been increased on LPG, and we are seeing increasing consumption of charcoal, firewood, and destruction of the environment. As we look for other measures, what I'm asking is that what kind of mitigation can we use, especially now that we have the county government here and the national government. Yesterday the Treasury was represented and the other organization here, so that to ensure that we use less of our charcoal, we use less of our trees to avoid a situation where now we are having mitigation measures of increasing afforestation, but on the other side, our taxation regime is against what we are doing. So actually we'll be talking more, but doing less. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I had two hands there, the lady and the gentleman. Those will be the last ones.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the panelists. My name is Nelia Shubwe, a commissioner with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. My question goes to the last panelist. You've talked about very important things that the National Drought Management Authority does. So my question is, to what extent is this authority felt by the most vulnerable? That common mwananchi, when, let's say, there are floods, they cry out and say, my husband has been carried by the floods, my animals are gone, serikali saidia. To what extent have you empowered this person to have that knowledge in terms of what to do when such an occurrence appears? In terms of resources, how are they empowered? This is the person who first feels it before even the county government officials come on the ground. How do they know what to do? Many of the times we just hear about lamenting, we have been abandoned, a lot of beautiful stories. Is it just another story of blah, 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 as what we had yesterday? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman there was the last one.
That lady's hand out.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Oliot from UNDP. I work as a gender officer at UNDP. So first of all, I would like to appreciate the panel team that has done a very wonderful presentation and also sharing with us the opportunities, activities, and also partnerships that exist within your development areas. So my question goes to all of you, the development partners and also the government institutions that are tasked with the role of ensuring inclusivity and ensuring that we put our sustainable development goals as our compass when we are addressing issues of climate action. So my question is, what are we doing to ensure that our climate action are more inclusive and ensure that women, youth, and persons with disabilities are included, to ensure that we do not leave anyone behind? I know a lot of efforts have gone through ensuring that, for example, women have access to green energy. But if you look at the country, especially right now, this happened last year and also this year, the prices of fuel have increased. And this, what does this mean to a common woman, or what does this mean to a common young girl in the village? It means that when the price of fuel increase, all of them will go back to using fuel, firewood, and this increases their vulnerability to climate change. So what are we doing? What measures are we having in place to ensure that our response are more inclusive, ensures that we do not leave anyone behind? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite the CEO of NDMA, who I think a number of questions were there.
Hello, you had given me the chance. It's just that her hand had also been up.
Let's hear from the panelist before I come to, okay, let me hear from the governor as well. In the spirit of fairness, go ahead please, and then I come to the governor then.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ben Sihanya, chair of KIPRA board and a lecturer at the University of Nairobi Law School. Briefly, the debate on drought is quite important and related risks. But in Kenya for a long time, it has been known that drought has been occurring fairly regularly, and that many times it follows a few months after floods. So these have been generally predictable, but it's clear that serious measures and sustainable measures in the long term have not been taken. In fact, climate change has even just made it worse. There have been so many droughts and so many floods in the past. So my main comment is that I think there is need for coordinated policy dialogue, both at the national level and also among the counties. And so that intergovernmental approach is very, very important. Within the larger framework of disaster management, disaster preparedness, and response to disasters. So I think the main issue here is about revised, renewed, re-energized policy dialogue that would then lead to legislation, and that we always insist that policy consensus should precede legislation. In many cases we rush to legislate and we can't easily implement because they were not clearly thought out. So policy dialogue, legislation, and then related action. Lastly, KIPRA has done quite a lot of work, and there's a lot of papers on these issues of drought, these issues of flooding, and most of them actually in the booth in the exhibition hall, and most of them are also online. In fact, some of the work also deal with issues, as the executive director has just mentioned to me, that they also deal with questions of insurance, and an issue which was mentioned earlier. Insurance to protect households, to protect various affected people. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Prof.
Thank you, moderator. I'm speaking as a governor from an area that usually suffers from drought and hunger. And I've got 4 points in a very chap manner. Point number one, and I've listened to the European Union, UNDP, I've listened to my friend, the lawyer, KIPRA, and others talking. I like the presentation presented by the National Disaster Team. My experience when I was government spokesperson is that hunger
is an issue of lack of money. Hunger is a problem of poverty. So it's not just about the rains did not come. It's also because we are a poor economy. So it's also about building the economy base. Because there are countries that receive less rainfall than our region, like you go to Jordan, Israel, others. They're not looking for food relief. There are nations that receive areas in Australia that hardly receive any rainfall. They are not being fed every time because they have all those buffers. You go to the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, others. So it's an issue of money. So it's an issue of poverty. The people who are starving are the poor. The people in Nairobi who live in apartments don't grow their sukuma wiki, but they have money to go to the shop and buy sukuma wiki. So it's all about also the money. So the idea of money being taken to places is very good. The second point is about logistics. We're in a time when people are starving here in areas of Ukambani, in areas of Turkana, Samburu, and at the same time in the Rift Valley they were pouring milk and throwing away cabbages. They were rotting. Logistics, just to get the food from one corner of the country to another corner of the country. So that's a big problem also that I hope you are addressing in terms of getting the food across. The third point which is tied into that is that we need to think in terms of long term. And this is where now the international organizations, the governments come in. And this idea of let's stock our own food. Let's have enough silos all over so we can stock food to last us 3 years whether it rains or does not rain. We need to have good silos, we need to have good strategy and use technology for storage, store canned meats, freeze vegetables, so that whenever there's a shortage of food, food is released from the stocks to the market. And so we don't, we are 3 years ahead of what is happening. And lastly is an experiment which I'd like to share. The former president of Malawi tried this experiment when Malawi was suffering of a subsidy program, whereby he decided to operate the issue of hunger and food shortage as if it was a business, so about the bottom line. And so he bought tractors and he was able to increase the amount of land being cultivated, seeds and everything. And when I became governor of Machakos, we were constantly being fed every time there was shortage of rainfall. I adopted the Malawian experience. I copied what they did and adopted it to Machakos, where I bought tractors for every ward to increase 1 acre to 3 acres for farmers, so that if you're getting 10 bags on a bumper harvest, now you'll be getting 30 bags, so that when the rains fail and you've got 3 acres, now you get 10 bags, so you don't starve. So you have money to go and sell. Do you sell your products and have money? We gave free seeds to most of our farmers, gave chickens to our women, dug myriad of boreholes and water plants and everything. And as a result of those initiatives, I'm proud to say that my people of Machakos are not in the list of food relief because of initiatives that we were able to put. So just being ahead of the drought. And it is possible through devolution for us to achieve that, because let me tell you one thing, it's a shame to be fed. It's a shame for you to be brought food. And we shouldn't have pictures of Kenyans starving at a day and age so many years after independence. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. So I'll invite the panelists, starting with James, and then you just pass the mic to the next. Also respond to any other question, your last comments.
Thank you very much, Victor. Actually, there were 6 issues. I think 2 are comments, 4 are questions, and when I look at them, I think the ones that concern me directly are 2, but if the others, I'll be ready also to respond. The first one is also on the insurance issue that was mentioned by Dr. Steve. In this disaster risk financing strategy, insurance is recognized as a way of buying the premiums, and when time comes, you get payout to respond. We have some small insurance schemes going on, like Kenya Livestock Insurance Program. We are also members of the Africa Risk Capacity, the AU facility. We paid twice, but we also stopped paying. We have negotiations with the National Treasury to start paying again, because what happened that time was not very clear, so that we can continue. And I think the Treasury has recognized the importance of insurance. And right now there are talks and negotiations along those lines. so that we can see which insurance, which crops, at what time can help us. But otherwise, it's very, very important. I'm just supporting what Steve has said. The other one was on the issue of the communities. What have we done? Because each time it would appear like when there's drought, there's always people crying and it's like nothing is happening. First, what I want to tell you here is that maybe we have not done much, but we have worked with the communities. When you work with the communities, you are not just going to throw things there, thinking that you are an expert and you know everything and you are taking things down there. We consult them. We ask them, in this environment of yours, what is your major hazards? How do these hazards affect you? What are the impacts? In your own way, in a small way, as communities, what can you do? What do you expect outsiders to help you do? And they give us all these things. And then mainstream whatever facts and figures we have from the communities into development plans, like county integrated development plan. We put those activities there that can be implemented. In our own NDMA, we put those activities, so that when you are implementing these documents, then you know you are not just implementing anything, you are implementing real problems heard from the communities, from the horse's mouth. We have also done a lot of cash transfer to select the communities. However, let me admit, we've not done 100%. As His Excellency the Governor said, these are very expensive interventions. They take time. They require a lot of resources. If I were to just gauge in terms of what percentage have we done since this EDE came into place until now, I wouldn't put it even at more than 50%. So as long as we have not done 100%, the others that we have not covered, the others where we have not invested in assets, in long-term sustainable development, you will still keep on hearing those outcries there. So I think, as the Governor said, the issue is resources and fast-tracking the implementation and doing a lot and doing things very fast. So I think, Victor, these are my two issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question that you want to respond to, Governor?
Thank you. Well, no specific questions addressed to us, but I think just some reflections on some of the points that were raised. On the issue of risk insurance that Stephen raised, I couldn't agree more. It was one of the points that I had to highlight as one of the resilience building measures. And in actually that same project that I showed from South Africa, we were experimenting with some pro-poor insurance schemes with the insurance industry to look at how to create some viable insurance products for communities at very low premiums that address very specifically their needs. So I think there are some good examples that through the knowledge networks that we bring as the UN, we can certainly bring that to bear. I think on my colleague Cynthia's point about inclusion and how do we ensure that that is done, just a reflection. For us as UNDP in Kenya, we have made it a very deliberate priority to ensure that youth are at the center of everything we do across all of our programming, whether it's on governance, whether it's on inclusive growth, or whether it's on environment and climate change. And to effectively try and do that, and we know that nothing for youth without youth is a clear principle that we hold dear. We've created a youth sounding board for UNDP in Kenya, a multi-stakeholder platform that includes people with disability. Everybody is below the age of 35, and they're selected also based on the profile and our programming mandate. And the role of the Youth Sounding Board is to inform and ensure that everything we do is responsive to youth, guided by them. And we've just completed the first anniversary of the establishment of the Sounding Board, and just 3 weeks ago in Accra, there was the Youth Connect Africa conference that was taking place, and Kenya was very well represented in a very powerful delegation at the conference. And one of the marching orders that our regional director gave to all UNDP offices in Africa is to establish these youth sounding board modeled around what Kenya has done. And so it is work in progress at a strategic level, but of course at a project level, consultations with beneficiaries and project partners happens through the various projects we have. Kipra, thanks for bringing to our attention a lot of the work that you have there, Ben, and we'll certainly pay a visit to the booth, because I think, as I said earlier, how do we link that knowledge to inform policy? And we are, as an actor, heavily involved with many partners, government at various levels, to ensure that that knowledge is actually brought to bear. So we'll be making sure to pick up some of those very relevant publications, particularly on insurance and the drought, and see how we can, through our machinery, give momentum and voice to that. Governor Mutua, I absolutely agree on your 4 points. I think they're very, very valid, and when I was referring to the programs in my intervention that respond to the humanitarian development and peace nexus, you've given us very clear examples of how you're doing that in Machakos with tremendous results, and I think those are some of the examples that we can work with and build and expand on in other contexts. But I think the key is that every county, every ward has its own specificity, so the response will have to be very directed to the specific livelihoods needs of those communities, whether it's the silos and creating storage facilities to mitigate hunger as the risk factor, or it's water. These are going to have to be very context specific, but I think the principle we fully subscribe to on that. And your point about long term, couldn't agree more. Development is a long-term agenda, and therefore it will not be resolved in short-term cycles. And that's why my point earlier about the enlightened leadership that is looking to that long term and not just what is beneath our feet is so critical in planning for disaster risk management. Thank you.
Thank you. Governor?
Thank you very much. I think whatever my colleagues have touched on, I won't touch on, but from Steve, the question of anything stopping counties from ensuring against drought, nothing except resource flow. As you know, we are faced with competing interests in terms of the resource flow and the reality of the funding to county governments has been a major challenge that we're engaging the national government on. Once that is sorted out, the best place for climate action remains at the county level, because we are at the forefront in terms of the first line of defense whenever these problems occur. On the question about inclusivity, in the current constitution, where responsibility of public participation before anything is done, no segment of society, including the most vulnerable youth and women, is left out in decisions. We don't have anybody from Treasury. The issue of LPG taxation, we identify, there are no county governments that do taxation on LPG or other issues supporting lifelines at the grassroots level, and as such, we leave it to Treasury, but we identify with that as a critical need in terms of what needs to be done. The most critical issue of climate change and drought response, and as much as the National Drought Management Authority has painted a fantastic picture, the reality is resource flow has been a challenge. The President made a pronouncement through a lot of push from us and the international community of declaring drought emergency in Kenya, and the initial 2 billion shilling was pronounced to be the initial fund that is going to be released to deal with the drought emergency in the region that it has affected. As a governor from one of those regions, I will say categorically and authoritatively here that no resource has gotten to us for responding. We still remain the first line of defense in redirecting resources meant for other programs in trying to respond. And as such, the subnational governments or county governments need to be at the forefront in terms of funding and in terms of strategy for developing adaptation mechanism in order to make sure we deal with it. I could not imagine if county governments were not in place. If this happened 10 years ago, we would have lost our entire livestock to drought as it is. But because of a lot of adaptation mechanism, particularly in terms of rainwater harvesting program that has taken shape at our counties, and first line of response in terms of emergency bore drilling to follow livestock where they can find little pasture and be able to respond, which is not getting adequate support from the national level. As we stand right now, we have declared drought disaster in the country, but we are not synergized in terms of responding, and we've been discussing this. We were with Steve several months ago discussing this issue, and we have started losing livestock slowly, and this is directly impacting the population. Drought is drought, it's a disaster for whatever it is. And in terms of early warning system, how early is early, is the critical issue. If you get warning in September that in October there is not going to be rains, is that early enough, in terms of what we are going to do? It is very critical as a country that we invest in our, the technology there is, because we are not reinventing the wheel. Other countries have been able to do this predictably in quite a bit of time for people and counties, subnational, national government to be able to respond. And this area, I believe the meteorological department needs to be supported to be able to get the equipment necessary and the know-how necessary for that predictability to take shape early enough. And that is an area that we are still lagging behind in terms of early warning system, in terms of what we need to do as collectively. And lastly, the efforts we do as a country, is not enough in terms of climate change mitigation. The global nature of climate change mitigation is very critical. What happens in Kenya must be replicated in all the countries in the world for us to be able to see meaningful impact in terms of mitigating against the climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. Ambassador Kala, last word.
Actually, I should really say that all the questions were answered. I just wanted to add maybe 1 or 2 points. And the first one is related to women. Walid indicated that everything that is done, really the lens of young people are really brought into attention. And I will also add that women are really in the center of our action as FAO, our programs, our projects. They make sure that we really involve, we focus, we consult, and they lead. They can really transform, and that's really clear. And actually, maybe to indicate that we have a report that was published that said that if women were given the same services and the same inputs as men, productivity and production will increase in almost 25%, and you can really acknowledge that this will contribute to ensure food security and nutrition. And I couldn't agree more with the governor and say that I really welcome and we congratulate. Those are really the successful stories, the best practice that we should really emulate and really upscale, because they are really transformative. And I also want to bring the Food System Summit that brought those issues, looking really at the agro-food systems from farm to fork, looking at really production and productivity, but also, of course, look at the transportation, packaging, processing, giving really the whole value chain, which opened opportunities really to create decent jobs for women again and young people. And Kenya has been really showing, of course, leadership on that. So those are my addition, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, I know mine, there wasn't much touched on my area, but just as Excellency the government has said about the early warning system, yes, as I said, you need to have sound scientific and technical knowledge in order to give that focus. But what we are working on now is on experimental at the moment. We are going to see if we can give a 3 months early warning, if it works out. And perhaps I can give an example, just a small point, an example of how, when I talked of multi-sectoral early warning system. For example, now we are experiencing drought. But the earlier drought we used to experience, and there was power rationing. There is no power rationing that is occurring now. This is because of the co-production of the multi-sector that we are having with Kengen, whereby when we give our focus, we sit with them and they at least take the action. There's also the issue of the Nzoia Basin, whereby we use, there's a lady who was talking about Serikali Saidia. Nowadays, you don't hear about it. It's not that the floods are not there, but the early warning system is what is assisting in everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, there's a lot to be shared, but in the interest of time, we'll encourage you to interact with the panelists outside as you take your tea and during the break. Otherwise, this discussion can go on, and therefore, I'll also not attempt to summarize what I've said, but encourage you to discuss. So join me in giving a clappy hand to the panelists as they walk down. Thank you very much, panelists, and thank you very much. I have a special announcement from FLOCA that the following counties are requested to have a consultative meeting with the FLOCA team. That's today, behind the Senators' holding area, anytime between now and 5 p.m. And the counties are as follows: Taita Taveta, Bungoma, Nyamira, Baringo, Mombasa, Nairobi, Kwale, Lamu, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Samburu, Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Laikipia, and Homa Bay. Anytime between now and 5 p.m. at their tent over there. Thank you very much. And I hand over to the overall moderator and rapporteur for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victor, for that excellent facilitation of the session that we have just concluded, and also, of course, to our distinguished set of panelists who have done an incredible job in leading us through the sub-theme discussions. Before, just to mention that we are now set for the next theme, but also just to remind you that the climax of today's events will have an address from the Honorable the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Martha Koome is already in town and will be joining us at noon, and we look forward to welcoming the Honorable Chief Justice in joining us today. So I would now like us to proceed to the next session, and I see we started early, but we've been joined by the chair, the vice chair of the Council of Governors, Excellency Governors who are here, and the senators, and the rest of the distinguished delegates here with us. Please feel most welcome as we continue with the second day of this conference. So without much ado, I'd like to welcome the moderator for the next session. Our next session is on financing climate action at the subnational level. Thank you very much. The Excellency Governor, the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, just reminded me that the Minister for Local Government from Zimbabwe will also be joining us at that session. So I think this will be very, very interesting for us. So we are looking forward to that session. So I would like now to invite the next moderator, Mr. Jotham Mutoka, please, if you are here, kindly approach and welcome the panelists who are coming on to the next session. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you, the main coordinator, for the session for today. Your Excellencies, the governors in the session today, the invited guests who are with us today, and honorable members of parliament, I would like to welcome you to this second session on financing of action for climate, financing for climate action at sub-national level. First, I would like to thank the previous moderator for trying to save time. The session that we have is going to take roughly 1 hour and 20 minutes. We had been allocated 1 hour and 30 minutes, but we'll try to fit in. As we have been notified, there is a speech from the Chief Justice after this session. Allow me invite the panelists for this session. And before I do that, I would like to refer you to the section of the timetable. There are a few changes which would be good for you to note in terms of the panelists who will participate in the next session. According to what you have in your program, the first panelist was to be Governor Nderitu Muriithi, the governor for Laikipia. We've had a change on that, and instead we will have the PS Devolution, Julius Korir. That's the first change. The next change that we have, we were to have Senator Charles Kibiru, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. For this second slot is being replaced by Mohamed Faki, who is the senator for Mombasa. And the third change on the program is the slot number 3. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reminded that I should have introduced myself. I know the moderator had done the introduction, so I thought I wouldn't do that, but thanks for that. My name is Jotham Mutoka. I'm the Deputy CEO at SBM Bank. SBM stands for State Bank of Mauritius. It's a commercial bank owned by the government of Mauritius, but very actively involved in development projects in Kenya and also financing of commercial projects in Kenya. Thank you very much. So I'll proceed from there. The third change that we are doing on this is for the item number 3, where we were to have Dr. Julius Muya, who is the Principal Secretary, National Treasury. Instead, he is being represented by Professor Barako Dulacho, who is the Director of Financial and Sectoral Affairs at the National Treasury. So those are the 3 changes that we will have for the panelists for today. The other 2 remain as what you have in your program. So at this moment, allow me to welcome the panelists onto the podium, and I would like you to give them a round of applause as they come to the podium. The first one is PS Devolution, Julius Korir. Welcome to the podium. And secondly, I would like to invite Senator Mohamed Faki, Senator from Mombasa County. And third, I would like to invite Professor Baraka Dulacha from the sectorial at the affairs at the National Treasury. Let's clap for him. Number 4, onto the stage, I would like to invite the Deputy President, Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, that's AGRA, Dr. Fadel Ndiame. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Do we have Fadel Ndiame in there? As we wait for him, we will continue. And fifth, I would like to invite UNCDF Global Advisor on local transformative finance, and this is Dimitri Pozidaev. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Thank you. May we clap for him as he comes onto the stage. Members of the plenary session, as the panelists come onto the stage, I would like us to just do a recap of the discussions that we've had in the previous panel. As you heard various presenters make their presentation, especially on the disaster preparedness and the initiatives that need to be done around that. One of the key trends within all the presentations that have been done is the aspect of financing of the climate action. I'll remind you from the COP26, we all heard about the initiatives that the world is looking at in terms of financing climate action and also mediation of the impact of disasters out of the climate action. Today, as a country, as you may remember from the discussions of yesterday, the President directed on the collection of 6.2 trillion shillings for the climate action activities. I know this is a lot of funding that is required, and as it has been presented before, each of the initiatives that you've heard from the previous collaboration and the previous discussions require funding. The team that you have before you today is to review the actions that are happening at the sub-national level in light of climate action. And on this, I would like to put a few things in terms of housekeeping. I know we've been given 1 hour and 20 minutes to be able to do what we have to do. We will use the first 1 hour, where we'll allocate 10 minutes to each of the panelists today to speak about a few pertinent questions that we will ask and pose to them, so that out of their responses we can pick up the discourse. And if you have any questions that you would like to pose to the panelists, we will spare 20 minutes towards the end of the session for that. So please write down all your questions so that at the opportune time then we can give you an opportunity to ask the questions. So I will start by going directly to the PS devolution. And this is in regard to what is happening at the county levels in terms of the preparedness for financing of climate action. And my question to PS Korir is this. The first one would be, counties have been allowed by law to establish specific funds. A number of counties, as we have seen from legislation that have been done, have established county climate change funds. The question we have as a panel today is, have these counties operationalized these funds, and what has been the impact on the ground? Thank you. Let's start with that.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I want to recognize all the protocols here, recognize the governors who are here with us, the delegates, the members from the diplomatic corps, and all other protocols. So again, I'll say good morning. I am honored to be here before you this morning on this great subject on financing locally led climate action programs. I think you've been told that after the COP26 the other week, I believe in the world are the first country to hold this. And the purpose was to see how we as a country are going to now put into practice the commitments that were made and also the commitments that we have made as a country. I just want to quote one actor, Schwarzenegger, who said that combating climate change requires collaboration with many levels of government. And I think this is a true situation in Kenya, that our constitution recognizes the two levels of government, the 47 county governments, as well as the national government. And the sum total of activities of these two levels of governments will contribute to our entire climate action program, which will make Kenya a country that is doing well in this area. As you've been told, this program of financing locally led climate action program is a pioneer program of it in itself, in that it is recognizing the devolved nature of our country, of our governments, and recognizing the very important role that the county governments play. And so, to be able to do that, instruments had to be put in place so that the governments, the county governments are in better position to be able to roll out this program. So the idea is to decentralize and devolve climate finance in scale, and also ensure that there is a predictable way to deliver local-led climate adaptation and resilience actions, as well as also to strengthen the subnational and national governments institutions to predict, plan, budget, implement, and monitor and report on local climate action. The program is nationwide, as I think you've been told, and is designed to support our ambitious program on climate agenda. I want to say in terms of how county governments are ready. As Ministry of Devolution, our main mandate is to support the county governments in delivering the services that were devolved. One of them is the climate action. And so, together with the Treasury and Ministry of Environment, we designed this program, FLOCA, so that the county governments can do that. Through our Kenya Devolution Support Program, one of the component was capacity building and building the capacity of counties, first of all, to put legislative in place. And I think I would like to report that as we are talking, about 35 county governments have put in place county climate change laws, which are operational. So that is thanks to what we did through the Kenya Devolution Support Program, where we did an assessment of counties, looked at the policies, and worked with the county governments to also domesticate the national climate change policy. So those are the two things that we've done as a national government. We also are very glad that through this, working together with the county governments, they have included climate action in CIDPs. So that is to ensure that their plans, the medium-term and long-term plans, are aligned to ensure that climate action is incorporated. Of all the county government also have now a designated county executive committee member responsible for climate change in their counties. 24 of our counties have developed climate change policies, and I think a good number of them are in the final stages of finalizing that. We have also climate action plans from 23 counties that are ready and being implemented, and 29 counties have established climate change funds. Now, you'll see that after the act, they did the climate action acts in their counties. This provided the way to now set up the climate change funds, so that they are able now to start pulling in resources and putting there for climate action. And I think 7 of the counties have devolved, have now put the money, and the 7 counties have of the 29 that have the county climate change funds, 7 of them have developed now the climate change fund regulations to support the local financing climate action. Makueni, I'm glad to report, is one of the counties that have set up all this climate change policy, operationalized the act, and also now ready to roll. What I would want to say is that FLOCA will be easily implemented by counties that have put in place all these activities, because FLOCA is looking at how to champion climate adaptation programs that have the local input and have buy-in from the county administration. So as the Ministry of Devolution, we want to urge every other county, those who have not passed the laws, please quickly do so. Those who have not finalized the policy, please do so, so that with the act now, you'll be able to set up the county climate fund, climate change fund, so that now when FLOCA comes in, you'll be ready to use it. I know there will be an initial capital of about 15 million, which will be clarified by Treasury, which will help county governments to now finalize the action plan, so that now based on those action plans, they'll develop projects which will now attract funding which will support their climate change action. So, Bwana Moderator, I just want to stop at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, PS Korir, for that. It's impressive that 35 out of the 47 counties have legislation in terms of climate action. And it's also impressive, as you have informed the session, that 23 out of the counties have climate action plans. And again, as we have been informed, that 29 out of the 47 have funds established for climate action. And in terms of setting the regulations, we have 7 counties that have. This is quite some good progress, and I think from the plenary, we should clap for the counties on this. My next question still to the PS Korir is in light of the funding that is coming from the central government and also from other donors into the kitty for the climate action, are counties involved in looking at other innovative ways of raising funds from their own sources to support the climate action? We know the issue of funding has been a thorny issue, and would like to hear whether there is action at the county level to support this initiative. Back to you.
Thank you so much. I think what the national government, and as I said, is to build the capacity, to support the county governments to be able to discharge some of these functions. And to be able to do that, they will also require to now diversify sources of financing to be able to discharge fully those functions. And FLOCA has been designed in a way that part of the support that they will receive, apart from implementing climate change action plans, the activities, the money will also help them develop projects that they can approach development partners, they can approach international organizations so as to supplement the little resources that they have to be able to implement the climate action. So we will work very closely. I think having attended the COP26, we realized that there's so much money out there that can be tapped into so that we can fast track our ability to comply or to fulfill the commitments that we've made as a country. So FLOCA will help in building that. Apart from implementing the climate change action activities within the counties, we will use the part of that resource also to develop bankable projects, especially targeting carbon credits, so that we can attract that funding. We'll also look at how counties can reap or earn out of some, let's say, providing carbon sinks, which are very critical in alternative revenue sources. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that response. As we have heard, indeed, the counties will have to look for innovative sources in supporting the funding for action in climate change. Our next presenter, who is Senator Faki, will give us a bit of the highlights of what is happening in Senate in regard to supporting the counties and their action plans for the climate action. And my question to Senator Faki, the Senator from Mombasa, is this. What is the Senate doing to ensure that counties are well-resourced to deal with the impacts of climate change while still maintaining efficiency delivery in services? Back to you, Senator.
Thank you, Honourable Moderator. The Chair, Council of Governors, our host governor, all governors present, our Deputy Speaker, Professor Kamar, all protocols observed. Good morning. Mine is to stand in for Senator Kibiru, the chair of the Finance Committee of the House, of the Senate. And I'll do as much as possible to be able to answer the issues that have been raised. But first of all is that Kenya has borne the brunt of climate change, especially in relation to drought, landslides, and flooding. Its negative impacts have been highlighted at various forums, and even yesterday, His Excellency the President highlighted some of the issues that are with us in terms of the climate change. Responding to climate change involves a two-pronged approach. First one is mitigation, which entails reducing emissions of and stabilizing levels of heat-trapping greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, either by reducing sources of these gases, for example, burning of fossil fuels for electricity, heat, and transport, or enhancing the sinks that accumulate and store these gases, such as oceans, forests, and soils. The goal of mitigation is to avoid significant human interference with the climate system and stabilize the greenhouse gas levels in a time frame sufficient to allow ecosystems to adapt naturally to climate change, ensure that food production is not threatened, and to enable economic development to proceed in a sustainable manner. B, adaptation, which entails adjusting to actual or expected future climate. The goal is to reduce vulnerability of the population to the harmful effects of climate change, like sea level encroachment, more intense extreme weather events, or food insecurity. It also encompasses making the most of any potential beneficial opportunities associated with climate change. For example, longer growing seasons and increased yields in some regions. Number 3, adaptation and mitigation to climate change have cost implications which are borne by both national and county governments. The role of the Senate in ensuring county governments are well resourced to address climate change while still maintaining efficient service delivery. Although climate change is a global issue, its impact is felt at the local level. Thus, counties are the first responders to any emergencies. County governments are therefore play a critical role in promoting adaptation and mitigation activities. However, counties do not have sufficient capacity to implement the necessary programs due to inadequate financial resources and against other competing functions as stipulated in Schedule 4 of the Constitution. There is a wide consensus that climate-related issues should be considered as part of budget scrutiny. Aligning resources to climate change, mitigation, and adaptation actions should be a priority. The role of the Senate is thus to consider policies on financing climate change actions to ensure sustainable means to support mitigation and adaptation actions by county governments to address climate change. Article 96(3) of the Constitution provides that the Senate determines the allocation of national revenue among counties. The third generation formula for allocation of revenue among county governments, which was passed by the Senate in 2020, places emphasis towards functions that are devolved as follows: population 18%, health 17%, agriculture 10%, urban 5%, poverty 14%, land mass 8%, roads 8%, and the basics share at 20%. These functions are crucial in adaptation and mitigation programs. The allocation criteria therefore accords county governments an opportunity to integrate climate change, adaptation, and mitigation actions into the broader sector programs in their budgets. Some of the programs include sensitization of climate-smart agricultural practices to enhance food security, support tree planting programs, promote sustainable urban development, proper waste disposal, and improve public health management systems to control the spread of infectious diseases, among other initiatives. The Climate Change Act number 11 of 2016 provides a framework for climate action by both national and county governments, establishing climate change fund for funding climate actions and interventions. The Act provides the fund shall be utilized for, and among other functions, to provide technical support to county governments. The Senate also ensures that county governments get their fair allocation of grants and international climate funds extended to the county by bilateral and multilateral organizations towards climate change adaptation and mitigation. For instance, developed countries committed to jointly provide $100 billion annually by 2020 to developing countries for mitigation and adaptation. This was a major issue of discussion at this year's climate conference in Scotland, COP26, where the developed countries were reminded to fulfill the $100 billion per year funding pledge for climate change adaptation programs in developing countries. For these funds to be effective in addressing climate change, it is essential that they reach the developed units either as additional equitable share or conditional grants so that counties are able to implement their climate actions. The County Government's Grants Bill 2021 was passed by the Senate and forwarded to the National Assembly this year. The bill provides a framework for disbursement of conditional grants to county governments in compliance with orders of the High Court in High Court Petition number 252 of 2016. The public-private partnerships is an important avenue also for incentivizing climate actions, for example, through investments in transport and environment. The Senate considered and passed the Public-Private Partnership Bill 2021 with amendments and referred it to the National Assembly. Once assented to, the legislation will establish a legal framework for county governments to enter into public-private partnerships, agreements with parties to undertake public partnership projects without seeking approval from the national government. It also bestows on county governments the responsibility for administration of the overall project development cycle. PPPs will enable counties to undertake investments that promote mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Finally, through its role in oversight, the Senate ensures that county governments meet their obligations towards the targets in the legislation and commitments under various agreements on climate change adaptation and mitigation ratified by Kenya, including in relation to climate finance. The reports should therefore be submitted to the Senate for consideration so that we can undertake our oversight role effectively. However, there are some challenges that have occurred, and I think in the recent past we have seen the Council of Governors going to court to stop the Senate in its oversight role, especially in terms of the road maintenance levies disbursed to the counties as conditional grants. As you are aware, the matter is still before the court and we may not speak much about it, but as a Senate we are also to some extent handicapped in terms of oversight. As you are aware, we are only allowed to oversight the equitable revenue that is disbursed by the national governments. We are out of reach on the on-source funds or on-source revenue that is collected locally by the county governments, and also now, according to the recent judgment or recent ruling of the court, the conditional grants that are given by the national government or bilateral donors to the county governments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Faki, for giving us a highlight of what the Senate is doing to support the counties in these particular aspects. And just to recap that you mentioned, there's technical support that the Senate gives to the counties over this. And beyond that, the allocation of grants for climate change action to the counties for support in terms of taking their own initiatives on this. Beyond that, of encouragement of the counties to participate in private partnership and encourage investments that will help the actions towards climate change. And above that, for the Senate to give an oversight on how these funds are being used and also the activities in the counties. Thank you very much for that. My next question goes to the next member of the panel, and this is Professor Barako Dulacho. Considering that Africa contributes the least to carbon emissions but bears the highest brand in terms of the burden of the climate change, We have seen this in Kenya, and also from the previous discussions that we've seen for the previous panel that has been here. Is Kenya a recipient of Green Climate Fund, and what is the status of the domestic uptake for that fund and the impact that we have seen on the ground? To you, Professor Rako.
Thank you very much for the question. Honorable Governors, Your Excellencies, and all dignitaries around, good morning. I represent National Treasury, and to answer the question, I first want to give a brief background to the context of where we are. Climate change issue is a significant threat to our economic growth and development and sustainability of our trajectory. That's something that we need to know at the back of our mind, that is a serious matter that we need to address now and in the immediate future. You are right that we contribute very little to the climate issues. For example, in our case as a country, we contribute less than 0.03% of the green gas emission, and so but we bear the significant brunt as Kenya and even developing countries in Africa. And in terms of fiscal liability of climate issues, is quite significant in that the issue of floods, for example, could cause GDP reduction of 5% over a 7-year period. If you look at the issue of drought, it has significant in terms of GDP growth reduction, significant effect in terms of GDP to the tune of 8% over 5 years. So this means that this is a serious matter that we need to address, and for our own survival and even our own economic prosperity. That said, I think the National Treasury has done adequately in terms of resource mobilization to address these issues. Yes, we do assess the global funds available, the Green Climate Fund in particular. Kenya has had the opportunity to assess this fund, and as you know, the National Treasury is the National Designated Authority, NDA, for this fund, and it has an important role to play. The PS National Treasury is the focal point for this. And as NDA, Treasury plays a role in terms of providing leadership in this area, facilitating the institutions that are seeking accreditation, and also facilitating those who are accessing these resources globally through the National Treasury in terms of proposals submitted, and we kind of issue the no objection letters, the no objection procedure comes from the National Treasury. So all these proposals come through the National Treasury, and as a Treasury, we support our institutions, and whether private or public, that seek to assess the Green Climate Fund. And I think that's something we need to know. And in this regard, the National Treasury, through its own effort, has accredited some of our institutions like National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, the Kenya Commercial Bank, Acumen Fund. These institutions are accredited nationally in terms of access to global fund, the Green Climate Fund. There are other institutions which are accreditation are in process, like Kirby, Cooperative Bank, and others. And National Treasury, as the focal point in enabling institutions to access this fund, plays its role as NDA in terms of providing that support and facilitating institutions to access these funds. Then I think I want to add in terms of access, what's going on now. We have 14 projects going on across the country, which is linked to Green Climate Fund to the tune of about 23.8 billion across our country. In addition, we have Twende Project. Twende Project is an acronym for Towards Ending Drought Emergencies. This is funding of about 3.8 billion that is targeted to 11 ASAL counties, ASAL counties in terms of ending drought emergencies. And this matter that we are going to implement through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, and I think these funds are available now through IUCN. It's just for the military to access. We have put in place necessary procedures in terms of account opening at Central Bank and possibly at a commercial bank for these ASAL counties to access these funds. And in terms of other counties, for example, recently, NEMA, through this initiative, assessed 1 billion Kenya shilling for Athi River basement ecosystem and the communities within this Athi River basin, like in Kiambu, Machakos, and two other counties, Nyandarua. And so it will be very important for the communities to be resilient in terms of the floods and what appertains to the catchment area that deals with Athi River, that concerns Athi River. As to other funds available, yes, Kenya has been accessing funds, as national to mobilize funds in terms of addressing climate change issue. We have other funds like Global Environmental Facility. Kenya has had the opportunity to access these funds in terms of addressing climate issue to the tune of about 14 billion. And this fund was set up in 1992, but over the years we have been able to access these funds in terms of addressing climate issues, and I think we'll still continue doing that. There are also adaptation funds, which Kenya is able to access these funds to the tune of 1 billion, and had projects in 14 counties in terms of adaptation fund. There is also Climate Investment Fund, which is also a global fund, which is more or less incentivizing investment in climate action. And in this area, we have 2 projects, scaling up renewable energy and clean technology fund. Kenya has had the opportunity to access approximately 9 billion shillings in this area, and also co-financing of about 65 billion to energy sector in terms of renewable energy and clean energy technology. So there are initiatives in this area in terms of accessing, mobilizing resources, and I think as a country we should be proud. We have done significantly well in terms of addressing this issue, and even when we were in COP26 in Glasgow last time, I think Kenya was given a really great applause. I think the PS is here, he could talk about it because he was there, and I think National Treasury has done the best it could in terms of providing finances on disaster issues and climate finance issues, climate disaster issues. For example, it has been talked about before, even the Kenya Livestock Insurance Program. It's a very important program in terms of financing mechanism for livestock insurance. This and also Kenya Agriculture Insurance Risk Management funding, and this all through resource mobilized through the National Treasury, and we are cognizant of the challenges that this will pose even for the economic growth of our country. So including even the Hunger Safety Net, which is a cash transfer program. All these are funding programs that require funding, and National Treasury is at the center of it in terms of looking for resources to ensure that we fund this critical mass of our society. In addition to this climate issue, of course with climate issue comes disaster. A lot of disasters like floods and other unexpected disasters. In this regard, the government mobilized about 20 billion Kenya shilling through a facility with the World Bank called CAT-DDO, Disaster Deferred Drawdown Option for Disaster, Catastrophe Deferred Drawdown Option. And in this regard, through this reform agenda, the National Treasury has been championing in terms of disaster management and also addressing the disaster itself. In this regard, the reform agenda, we have managed to deal with the issue of disaster risk management bill, policy, and bill. This bill is currently in the National Assembly. The policy has been completed. And also through this reform agenda, we were able to support the counties in terms of developing multi-level hazard risk profiling, and also county emergency operation plan, a national emergency response plan. All these reforms are through this disaster reform agenda of the government, and we have been able to do a lot in this area. And actually, recently, the National Assembly has also passed a bill to set up National Emergency Drought Fund, which there's a proposal to put up 2 billion in National Emergency Drought Fund in terms of dealing with emergencies in this area. So I'll say in summary, there are a lot that has been done, not only on climate change issues, but also in terms of addressing disaster related to climate. And for us, from National Treasury, we are very much aware of these challenges, and also the funding, of course, is always competing priorities. But we do the best we can in terms of ensuring that we pursue the economic path that we want to pursue in terms of low carbon, green development path, and environmental friendly in that regard, and to ensure that we sustain lives and livelihood, and ensure that we'll have sustainable development now and in the future, so that we develop necessary policies and legislation, and also ensure that we source the resources required to deal with climate issues. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dulacha, for your feedback. I must say that has been very comprehensive, and indeed a confirmation that the Kenya government has access to Green Climate Fund, and it has utilized these resources to support various programs both at the county level and the national government level. And beyond that, thanks for confirming that beyond the Green Climate Fund, the central government has also been able to develop other funds with other donors to support other programs that are related to disaster management and relief in that area. Thank you very much for that. My next question would go to Dr. Fadel Ndiame, the Deputy President of AGRA. As we have seen even from the previous presentations on disasters out of climate change, the impact of that has been great, especially to the common people. And when we mention the common people, we cannot forget the farmers who are involved in production of food as a resource. With the climate change being a global issue, has there been any change in the design of the programs of AGRA? And what are the impacts of these programs to farmers, not just in Kenya, but also in the continent? Ndiame, for your response.
I'm from UNCDF.
Oh, sorry. So Ndiame is not here. Okay, sorry, we will save that question for one of the panelists who is not here. Apologies for that. And for the panelist, Dr. Dimitri Pozidiev, UNCDF Global Advisor on Local Transformative Finance. My question to you as a member of the panelists is, in light of what is happening in terms of the global climate change and the activities of UNCDF, what are some of the transformative initiatives in financing climate action that the UNCDF is carrying out at the moment? Thank you.
Distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, allow me to skip the protocol in the interest of time. Good morning. Thank you for the question, and I would like to deliberate a little bit before answering your question, to deliberate a little bit on the themes that have been discussed by my fellow panelists as well as during yesterday's session. As you remember, we heard a very strong statement from the former Prime Minister that counties need to be adequately and timely financed for climate action. And this is, of course, very true. However, the discussion here has mostly focused on external finance. Finance coming either from the National Treasury or from development partners. And I would both agree and disagree with the PS at the Ministry of Devolution in terms of funds availability. Well, the money is there in a way, but it's not quite there in two respects. One is, as you know, of course, we have not been able to set up the compensation fund in Glasgow that would compensate the developing countries for the negative climate change produced by the developed countries. We do not name those countries, we all know them. But second is the type of finance. Not all of it is available in grants. An increasing amount of that finance comes as concessional funding, either in loans or in guarantees. And this creates the bottleneck not on the supply side, but actually on the demand side. There are simply not enough investable projects that could qualify for this type of finance. I'm not even asking the financial institutions present here, but you may want to address it in your comments. Do you, as a financial institution, consider green projects as an asset class? Do you invest in such projects? If not, why? Where is the bottleneck? So it is extremely important, and my colleagues here, both the Honorable Senator and the representative of the Treasury, mentioned the issue of own source revenues, which is a critical issue, because without healthy finances, there can be no sustainable climate finance at the county level. And let me, well, of course you have heard the dictum that money begets money. It is usually used in the negative sense, but there is a shining leaning to that as well. And let me demonstrate that with an example. And for that, let me leap from here to Morocco, of all places. On Tuesday, I will sit on the investment committee, on the UNCDF investment committee, that will discuss the request from the city Chefchaouen for a loan, and it's a highly concessional loan, of 400,000 USD for their 1.4 million project for public lighting system. In total, the municipality itself, and by the way, it's not a very big municipality, it's about 42,000 inhabitants, so it is comparable. So the municipality will invest 400,000 in own source revenues, in retained earnings, so to say, and the rest will come, it is a syndicated finance scheme, so the rest will come from UNCDF and from some other financiers. But look at the economics and financials of this project. By investing into the public lighting scheme, which is solar, the municipality will save 331,000 USD annually. In other terms, the payback period for this investment for the municipality is just 1.3 years when the municipality will break even. But for this, you would need to invest 400,000. So what is the situation in Kenya at the moment, looking at the county own source revenues? I believe you have mentioned the figure. I mean, the ratio of own source revenues to gross county product. It is 0.5%, decreasing from 0.7% back in 2013. So it is a decreasing trend. We will not go into the details because it may have various interpretations, but one way or another, the current share of own source revenues in the total annual budget at the county level is from 9 to 12%. In other words, about 10% comes from the national treasury, one way or another. Of course, the types of the grants and the transfers are different, and you all know it. But it's not even that. It is the revenue gap against the potential that really matters. There is a very good analysis and publication, quite recent, by the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and here are the figures. So 17 counties collect below 20% of their potential. It means that they can increase their revenues fivefold. 24 counties collect below 40% of their revenue potential, a potential 2.5 increase. And then there are just 4 counties that collect over 50% of their potential. What we as UNCDF are doing to try to address this situation. Together with the International Monetary Fund, and I would like to recognize our colleagues from the TADAT Secretariat of the International Monetary Fund and the African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF, who worked on this. We conducted tax administration diagnostic in 8 counties, and we are planning to conduct it in another 8 starting early next year to identify the strengths and weaknesses of tax administration systems at the county level and suggests the ways how it can be improved. By the way, Mombasa was one of the counties that underwent this diagnostic, and I will be happy to share with you the results. They're not particularly impressive, I should admit. But in none of the this is not a criticism of Mombasa County, because none of the counties has demonstrated particularly impressive results here. So, based on this TADAT diagnostic, and together with the partners, we are combining it with the economic analysis to refine the revenue potential or revenue gap in the counties where this diagnostic has been performed. And from there, we will move to what we call REAP, the Revenue Enhancement Action Plan at the county in a number of counties to complement the Revenue Enhancement Action Initiative. In the beginning of this year, we published a handbook on local revenue, on local asset management. It is publicly available, and a number of Kenyan colleagues from counties participated in the workshops that we had, global workshops that we had at the beginning of this year. The objective of this initiative is to set up asset management systems based on the asset lifecycle management, starting from identification and registration and going all the way to operation and management and disposal, again combining it with very specific action planning to improve the situation and to increase the revenues from the assets at the disposal of the counties. And lastly, my colleague from UNDP, Walid Badawi, mentioned this. There is a new initiative that we are launching together with UNDP, UN Environment Program, and FAO, and this was announced in Glasgow, by the way. And this is a tree-growing sustainable finance initiative, which will also involve a tree-growing trust fund. One idea is to connect counties to this new fund for them to be able to use PPP arrangements and to unlock the local capital and local businesses to be able to contribute to sustainable forest management. So this is, in a nutshell, the scope of what we are doing, and from there we are approaching our interventions and support.
Thank you very much, Dimitri, for that incisive advice on the various initiatives that are being done by UNCDF. Just to recap a few, provision of technical assistance in terms of tax administration to the counties, reviewing and defining revenue gaps and also the potentials that do exist in the counties, and helping counties in infrastructure asset management initiatives. And beyond that, the advice on the tree growing trust fund, and also linking the counties to be able to access these funds for their own climate action initiatives. Thank you very much for that. Looking at my watch, we have a few minutes that we can look at in terms of addressing a number of burning questions from the plenary. And at this moment, I would like to dedicate this time for the plenary sessions, where we will entertain some questions from the plenary to any of the panelists that we have today. It's unfortunate we didn't have the panelist from Agra, but I believe out of this session, when you go out for your tea or so, you will have an opportunity to speak to the Agra team. But having said that, I would like the facilitators to provide some mics for any member of the panel of the team who would have a question. 3 mics would be able to help us in this. So if you have any question to any of the panel members, we would appreciate if you can raise your hand so that we can address the question. I can see a hand at the back there. So another hand there. We will take a number of questions. We will allow 5 so that then we can ask the panelists to respond to them. So we'll have the first go on that side.
Oh, yes. Still Mr. Kiveka from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My question goes to PS Devolution. He has given us some very good data on the counties, and as we continue, I want to thank my governor, Governor Mutua. He has really done a good job, and I think that is a good example to the rest. He has given us some data on how some counties have done the policy, 35 out of 47, 23 action plan, 29 their funds, and even 7 out of 47 regulations. But I have a question to him. In Kenya, we have a tendency of having very good development plans. We prepare very good manifestos, plans, and all these kind of things, but we never follow up the action on the ground. I'm asking the PS, what action is he taking as a Ministry of Devolution to ensure that we do not have paper plans, that we have action in the ground? Some counties, actually we had cases of people who have very good saying that they have done this, but they have not done. Trees have been planted, no trees, money has been embezzled. And we need to have an action plan so that at the end of some financial year or some plan, we can have, for example, a certain county has planted these trees, a certain area has done this, because we had cases of this country where we have even some dams which have been on paper, Kamoro and the others, Haro, that they have been done on paper, but on the ground there is nothing. So actually, PS, is it possible for your ministry to have an action plan for whatever is being done, so that we can have people who are supervising, taking action plans from every time, 6 months, maybe 1 year, so that we can know at least at the end of the day when next time we'll be meeting, we can now have a situation where we are saying this county has planted these trees, this county has done that, and we can even go to the ground and see what is happening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We take your question. Next, at the front here.
Thank you. Kipkurichi Makueni is my name. The Secretary General County Assembly is from. My question goes to the representative of the PS from Treasury. I want to challenge him for full disclosure on the contents of the funds that he mentioned. Interestingly, he mentioned about 4 funds that exist and in billions. One, disclosed to this conference, the money that has then been dispersed to the counties, because I liked what the representative Shok said about the effectiveness of implementation of these funds or utilization of the funds in the counties beside their own resource revenue and dependence on the national treasury. Now, the amounts of money that he mentions are too huge that I'm sure if those monies could be traced and be utilized effectively, then the challenges that we are seeing on climate fund or on climate action would be limited. So full disclosure so that we know the amounts that have gone to the counties, or we are talking about funds that exist at the national, and as well also the streamlining of the same for to the devolved units, because we are here as devolution stakeholders, and these are the monies in the county assemblies. Do they come to the counties as from donor groups or donor community? Are they aligned within our budgets? And because the factors that are considered by CRA, I have never seen that component. So it would be interesting that we get full disclosure. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. At the back there, the third question.
Thank you very much. My name is Ambassador James Ochami from Kakamega County. I've listened to the panelists, and they have actually explained properly. And I have one area that I think is a sense of urgency, building capacity in the area of financing for climate action. And you have rightly put it, all panelists have rightly put it, that not all counties are at the same level. And there's need for us to have adequate capacity and appropriate capacity. My question is, how do you intend to work with COG as a focal point for counties to hasten capacity building? Because for me, financing for climate action at subnational level is a matter of urgency. And if we do not hasten the capacity building, then we will find ourselves repeating what we're actually saying in 2 years' time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador James Ochami. I'm looking to distribute these questions effectively. We've had questions from the other gender. So the lady in the middle, just to balance the gender.
Thank you. I hope I will balance the gender and make my point. Okay. My name is Frida Githuku. I am the director of Roots Kenya, a civil society organization. And my question is to the PS. The climate change is not a new phenomenon, and civil society organizations have been advocating for climate change policies and act for more than a decade, for a long time, with minimal success. But we have seen that counties now have rushed to put in policies and act, especially after the announcement of the Green Climate Fund, the African Climate Fund, and of course now FLOCA. And money and resources is a good incentive for action, but it's also a risky incentive. So my question to you is, how will you put, what safeguards will you put to make sure that these resources that are supposed to come to the counties and of course to the grassroots are used solely for climate action, having in mind that also as a country, we are not operating in a very strong financial governance system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frida. So we'll have the last question at the end before we take response from the panelists.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator, Excellencies, the governors, deputy governors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sylvans Nono of Cooperative Bank, head of public sector banking. I have reactions to the National Treasury, Prof, and also to the comments by Dimitri. And for National Treasury, I wish to confirm, because sometimes it's also good also to confirm some of the statements being made and affirm them, that as Cooperative Bank, we are one of the banks or institutions that they have supported in the process of accreditation. We got the letter of no objection and are currently working on the application that GCF has already supported us also with the processes and the application protocols. So that is ongoing. For Dimitri, Bwana Moderator, he actually challenged the financial institutions here through you. And the challenge I picked was, as financial institutions, what role are we playing also in the financing of the climate change or environment initiatives? And I wish to confirm that that is being done. However, a lot needs still to be done. As Cooperative Bank, we are funding a lot of renewable energy programs, but basically in the private sector for hydro projects, solar power, and one of the ways we are also trying to support is to de-risk that area and some of these projects to make them bankable. Partnerships, I think somebody talked about the 5 Ps, and one of them was about partnerships, partnering with the people like the AGF, the African Guarantee Fund, to de-risk some of those areas and make them bankable for us. The challenge may be to us and through Devolution and also National Treasury, how then do we come up with many more initiatives that make those projects bankable using FLOCA and other initiatives, one. Number two, in terms of coordinated programs, you may be aware, PS, that through the Ministry of Environment, KEFRI is actually currently, as we speak, running another conference on commercial tree farming. How do we coordinate these government programs in such a way that they are aligned and makes it also possible for financial institutions to play their role? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sylvan Snono from Cooperative Bank. And at this stage, I would like now to invite the members of the panelists to look at the questions that have been raised. I would confirm now we have 4 questions because Sylvan Snono was more of a comment than a question. And therefore, looking at the 4 questions that we have, 2 are directly to PS Julius Corey, and the first one, I would give you an opportunity to respond.
Thank you. I think I'll start with a question from, I think, Ideka from Machakos. And I think his question was, we've got so many very good policies, action plans, strategies, but at times there is very little on the ground. And I think I don't have a quick fix to that. But as a Ministry of Devolution, and I believe if you look at the way the Constitution was crafted, was to ensure that government gives full disclosure and involves its citizens in the design and the implementation of the program. So on the basis of that, the ministry has been developing and supporting county governments on ensuring that there is meaningful public participation, and also ensuring that governments have a system in place for public disclosure, so that when there are programs going on, they disclose, so that the monitoring also can be done by the citizens themselves. Because when you hear of a dam, it's going to benefit the citizen, not the government. And so when the government discloses, it is the people to make sure that they follow it up. The other thing also is that to promote performance and delivery of these action plans that you've mentioned, that are many, Treasury and ourselves, and together with the support from development partners, we've started what we're calling performance for results. We work with the county governments to engage the citizens to identify their priorities. Once those priorities have been identified and committed to, they are costed, and then when there are funds especially, and I'll talk on the basis of Kenya Devolution Support Program, which has been helping county governments put up infrastructure, put up systems to enable them deliver the services. Once that has been agreed, the county government will be allocated resources and then monitored through our systems, and once they deliver, in the next cycle, they are eligible for better resourcing, so that we encourage those who are performing and delivering to even access more resources so that they can help their citizens. So this strategy of performance for results is what we are advocating for, so that we don't just allocate money for the basis of it, but we allocate to somebody who is doing better. Because we have a case in a project that we have, counties were given equal money, but after the first year, a good number of counties now tripled their ability to access the money. Others are yet to be able to access. And so we've seen performance for results work, and with that, the citizens will be able to attest to some of these things. And so what I'm urging us all is that as citizens also, we have a responsibility. When we hear an announcement and we don't see movement on the ground, we have structures, we have systems. You have your MCA, you have local leadership who can reach to the administration, ward representatives whom you can approach and say, we heard this, we are not seeing any action. And that way it drives and pushes accountability on all of us. On issue, I think there's a question on building capacity for financing climate action. FLOCA has taken that into consideration. There is an equitable allocation that has been given to all county governments, and that will help them in building the capacity. I can't remember the exact amounts. I think it's 15 million or 150, one of the two, either 15 or 150, which will go towards building the capacity of county governments so as to be able to now access financing for climate action. So what I would want to urge is that when each one of us, each county receives its equitable allocation for capacity building, let's put it into good use. We will work together as Ministry of Devolution, together with the Ministry of Environment, to ensure that that capacity building is done well. I think there was a question also from
Madam there is a question from Frida Githuku, which again was for you, and her question was in regard to what are the safeguards that we're putting in place to ensure that the funds that are available to the ministry for various purposes on action, on climate action, are actually being used for the intended purposes at the county level.
Okay. I think the safeguards, which I would say, like especially for FLOCA, is the equitable distribution will be allocated to specific sets of activities that will be implemented with close monitoring together with ourselves, Treasury, and Ministry of Environment. When that has happened, because it is equitable, then what will happen is that what determines further access now to financing financing for climate action activities will depend on the effectiveness of the first capacity building programs. So safeguards have been put in place, and what we would want now is that as we roll out the program, we'll also increase the awareness creation so that together with ourselves and also the citizens will be able to push for that delivery. I think for now, the financing document is very clear on the safeguards, and whoever would want to, then we can sit together and take them through the safeguards that have been put in place.
Yeah, thank you very much, PS, for those responses on the first question, and of course the issue of performance for results.
Okay, the last person talked about coordination of climate action initiatives in government. I think this is still a challenge, but I think when it comes to interface between the national government and the county governments, then the Ministry for Devolution is responsible for that. And that is why when FLOCA came in under the KDSP and this other one, we are coordinating so that the report that I've made is because of that coordinated effort, where we are now working very closely, bringing all other stakeholders and actors so that they can now access the counties in a very coordinated manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those concise responses. I believe if you have any further questions in this regard, you have a chance to engage the PS separately outside this session. But let's respond to the question number 2 that we got, and this was from Mr. Kipkurui, and this was basically for Professor Dulacha, Treasury. And this was in regard to being open in terms of the funds, the various funds that you mentioned that are available for climate action. Are these funds sitting at the National Treasury, or have they been devolved into to the county governments? So that's for your question.
Thank you. In terms of the funds which I mentioned, I think I did mention very clearly that these are projects, and these projects could be in any county. So, but the emphasis of Chepkwony, I think it was a little bit emotional on this in terms of transparency and accountability. And I think it's very important for us to be accountable and transparent. And if you want the records, I think they are there. And in any case, the budget making process and even allocation of resources is very transparent in that Treasury only makes a proposal to the National Assembly, and it's the National Assembly that approves the budget. So this funding are in public domain. It's not something hidden. And I want to reiterate what the PS has said, that the government is very transparent in terms of resource allocated. And for FLOCA, for example, we even developed a coding, tracking and monitoring codes within the budget framework, so that you can trace these funds to where they have actually been spent through the system. So there's very good accountability mechanism that is inbuilt in terms of ensuring that these funds are used for the purpose they were intended. And I think it also answers the question asked by one of the people in the forum, I think Frida. There was a second question from Cooperative Bank person I think I want to answer. The question was about accreditation. Before I answer that, just to go back to the question he asked again, the issue of funding, as I said, dates back to 1990s when the Global Environmental Facility was set up. The issue of funding has been there. So it's not something that has started now or when the counties came into place. So if we talk of transparency and accountability, it will be of all those funds dating back to 1990. And for now, I think the world has recognized that indeed climate is a serious issue and it requires funding. That's why the Green Climate Fund was set up in 2010 as a financing mechanism by the UN United Nations Framework or Convention on Climate Change. So it's basically, it is a relation that climate is actually a serious matter. And in the last meeting in COP26, there was commitment by the developed countries to the developing countries to raise $100 billion US dollars towards climate funding, climate change issues. And this commitment was there even in Paris in 2015, but was never honored until even in last meeting it came up. There was also discussion about loss and damage caused by climate issues, climate problems that arise out of climate degradation. And this also has been a discussion at COP26, but has really not progressed because there was no funding put for loss and damage caused by climate issues. I think these are matters that we need to know at global level so that this is a serious matter. But I think the issue of accountability is important to all of us. Just as Chepkwony has raised, I think we are very conscious of that. On Cooperative Bank, I think the issue of accreditation is a tedious process. It is actually very involving, and GCF also is very slow. They require so much of documents, and it takes time to get accredited. We are lucky that MEMA is accredited, and so is KCB, and I believe even Cooperative will be accredited in the course of time. We want to encourage more institutions to get accreditation so that they are able to access these global funds. Once you are accredited institution, then you can put up the proposals, and once the Treasury gives a no objection letter, then the institution will be able to access these funds. And for Cooperative, I think that process is still on, and we hope we'll succeed. And to the credit of Central Bank of Kenya, I think for the first time the regulator also have taken note of the climate issue. Recently, Central Bank issued climate risk management guidelines for banks, which is a good thing because it's recognizing that these financial institutions and climate is a serious matter in financial, whether it's borrowing or lending. So I think there are very positive developments. The issue of coordination, I think the PS has mentioned, is very important for us as a government to coordinate these activities. The issue of climate change is cross-cutting across sectors. It's not limited to one sector. Neither is it restricted to one county. It's across the entire country. And counties will play a big role because every one of us live in a county. And I think the epicenter of climate action will be the counties itself, because these climate issues actually arise in one county or another. So at the end of the day, the resources will eventually get to the county, whether it is through projects by national government or actually direct allocation to the counties to mitigate and adapt to the climate issues. It will still be a county issue, I believe. And for us, coordination at both levels of government and across our sectors in the economy, it's very critical that we are coordinated. I think that is a very fundamental and critical for us all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Dulacha. As we look up to wind the session, I know the two gentlemen have given us all the responses, but we have two other panelists whom I would like to request them to give us their final word or any response on the issues that have been raised, starting with Dimitri.
Thank you so much to Cooperative Bank for explaining what you are doing. I recognize the issue of the lack of investable projects, and this is what I mentioned, the bottleneck on the supply side. But it's not only, the point that I tried to make was that this lack of investable projects is not only on the private sector side, but equally on the public sector side, because as we have discussed, there may be quite economical and financially viable green projects that create streams of revenues and therefore may be financed on certain conditions. And close to this comes the question of the technical capacity and capacity building for counties to be able to deal with climate finance issues. It's not just getting money from the treasury and then spending the money. Public money should be spent in a smart way to leverage additional external capital, both private capital and capital from the from development partners. But this is again impossible without a sustainable financial position at the county level, including own source revenue generation.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Senator Faki, your final words.
Thank you. Maybe just two issues. Number one, the issue of strong accountability mechanisms. I think the accountability begins with the people, from the CIDP, from the annual plans. That's where you have to inculcate the accountability mechanism, so that by the time the funds are coming in, the public that is supposed to benefit from those projects are able to know how much is coming in and how that fund is going to be used. We have seen situations where money has come in, but if you look at on the ground, the projects that were intended to be utilized for have not been implemented. And finally, I know there are many conditions that are placed on these donor funds, but it's also time, because of the urgency of the situation, they relax some of these conditionalities so that the funds are easily accessible to the counties, and so that they're able to implement the projects that they intend to implement to alleviate this climate suffering. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Faki, for those last comments. Plenary, we've come to the close of the session on challenges on financing climate action at the county levels. And presentations have been done, the questions have been responded to. At this moment, we would wish to thank the panelists for their valuable contributions. Can we appreciate them with a round of applause? Thank you very much. We appreciate you as you leave the podium. And thank you very much for hearing us out. And I believe this will contribute a lot in terms of what we will do as counties in the effort to encourage climate action in our own jurisdictions. Thank you very much. I'll take the floor back to the overall moderator.
We hereby announce the arrival of our chief guest today. Let's be upstanding to welcome Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome. The first female Chief Justice of Kenya. Thank you. We may be seated. The chief guest, Your Excellency, governors who are present, deputy governors, honorable senators, members of the National Assembly, members of the County Assembly, heads of missions who are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are in day 2 of our conference, and we are happy that we are joined today by our chief guest, Honorable Lady Martha Koome, the first female Chief Justice of Kenya. Let's put our hands together for our chief guests. So just taking cue from where we have left, we've been talking about financing climate actions. We've had conversations on this issue since yesterday, and we have noted that climate change is a reality in Kenya. Kenya's climate is fast changing. Kenyans are feeling the impact of climate change, and we need action for the future development if we are to meet our agenda in Vision 2030. Chief guests, honorable members in the House, before I hand over the program to the moderator, allow me to go through one of the achievements that has been realized by the Council of Governors. So the communication team, I hope you're on standby. Allow me to introduce the second guest we have this afternoon. We have Honorable Dr. Miriam Chekukwa, MP, and she is from the Republic of Zimbabwe. She is Harare Proportional Representative who has joined us this afternoon. Madam, feel welcome. She is from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. So the Council of Governors has had achievements, and one of the achievements is a compendium of county innovations and best practices that they have documented on COVID-19 response. We have the compendium here with us, and we'll be releasing it out to the members of public. And this has been done by the COG through the Maharifa Center, and it demonstrates what tangible results we have from the Council of Governors. We are here, of course, to learn, to innovate, to take stock of what we have done. And therefore, I want to invite us to have a short preview of what is contained in this compendium. The communication team. Okay, so this is the compendium, and a little summary about what is in. We have 13 counties that demonstrated how innovative ideas can give us positive results. The cases documented here vary. For example, under the sector of health, the Machakos County converted a stadium to make a makeshift hospital in response to COVID-19 in April 2020. In Kericho County, the mitigation included using radiology to test COVID-19 and initiate treatment on time, and this was in April 2021. We also had a response, a case study of the GK prison in Migori County, where successful interventions were done. In the sector and planning sector, Nyeri County had a delivery tool for the county's development agenda and comprehensive response to COVID-19, and this was in June 2021. On matters gender, counties did quite a lot of interventions. We had Mombasa County with a toll-free line that helped the county to report on cases of gender-based violence. We also had targeted gender-based violence interventions to address rising cases in Makueni County. We also had the launch of the Gender-Based Recovery Center in Kwale County. Kilifi County also mitigated the high prevalence of teenage pregnancy to keep the young girls in school, and this was in May 2021. The other achievements and innovations were seen in the education sector, with Kitui County launching the distribution of free face masks for all learners ahead of school reopening in January 2021. In communication, the Kisumu County COVID-19 Response Call Center provided timely and critical information, referral, and linkages at the peak of the emergency, June 2021. In Lamu County, they used a town crier to sensitize locals on the COVID-19 pandemic, and that was in March 2021. And finally, in the sector of information and technology, Kajiado County embraced private sector partnership and had an innovation they duped Riziki to scale up digital food distribution to vulnerable groups. That was in June 2020. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen, that is the compendium, and a copy will be availed after this. Please ensure that you get yourself a copy to get to learn more about the innovative stories that we have. It's now my single pleasure to invite the moderator of this session, and the moderator of this session is our own, His Excellency, the Governor James Ongwae, who is also the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors and Chair of the Steering Committee for this 7th Annual Devolution Conference. Let's put our hands together for His Excellency, the Governor Ongwae.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. I didn't hear the claps for her. Please, can we clap for this great lady? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon is just slightly, we got into the afternoon. We are very lucky to be having our own Chief Justice in this room,
and she's going to be introduced shortly. We also have the chairperson of local government, public works and national housing, and also a member of parliament, the Hon. Dr. Reverend Miriam Rutendo Chikukwa, who from Zimbabwe, who is here in this room. So I would ask that Madam Chief Justice, if you could very, very kindly come here, please. Come and sit here in front. Madam Miriam, please, I kindly ask you to come forward. Can you clap for our Chief Justice, please? The Chair of the Council of Governors, if you can come. The host governor, please very, very kindly come. And from Senate, I think there was a Deputy Speaker. If she is in, we would very, very kindly request you to come. Madam, I can see you seated there, unless my eyesight is not working. Please come. The Principal Secretary, Ministry of Devolution, Julius Coril. Mr. Coril, please come. Ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our Chief Justice, Justice Martha Koome, you all know her. Honorable Martha Koome, you all know her. Chief Justice, you welcome. What you see here are county governments. You are seeing here national government. You are seeing here the Senate. You are seeing here multilateral, bilateral friends of this country. You are seeing here stakeholders in the climate and environment area. You are seeing here the face of Kenya. We opened up this conference yesterday. It was opened by His Excellency the President. And since yesterday, we have discussed a number of issues. The first issue that we discussed was on the impact of climate change and pandemics on subnational, national, continental, and global peace and security. The second one that we discussed was on climate change and disaster risk management. The third issue that was discussed was related to financing climate action at the subnational level. And of course, then there was the official opening yesterday, which I have indicated was done by His Excellency the President. And after that, the Right Honorable Prime Minister also gave a keynote address. And of course, our CS for Interior, who was representing the President. Then issues of vulnerability and resilience in the face of climate change were discussed. And these are issues which are continuing. We have other issues that we're going to discuss this afternoon and tomorrow. We thank you sincerely, Madam, for coming, and we don't take it for granted. Allow me now to invite the host governor, Excellency Kivutha Kibwana, to come and talk to us.
Honorable the Chief Justice, Lady Justice Martha Koome, Dr. Miriam Rutendo, Member of Parliament and Chair Local Government Public Works National Housing, Zimbabwe, our Chair of Governors and colleague governors, Senate, all of us represented so that we can save time. I do not want to repeat what I said yesterday, but just to very warmly welcome our Chief Justice and to be grateful that she accepted from our busy schedule to be with us in this meeting of local, how we deal with climate change at the local level. Since we started, I am happy to report that we are doing very well, very good attendance, and I don't think we have had any incidents because none have been reported to me. And I really thank all of Kenya, which is gathered here at Makueni after 2 delays of this particular conference. Chief Justice, I want to say, although those postponements did impact negatively on our businesses, on us, and everybody who was preparing to come, but we have understood it was COVID, and we are trying as much as possible to remedy any problems that occurred because of those postponements. If I could say, this climate change issue is a bit complex, particularly at the local level. Like, we struggled here to actually find the word for climate change in our language. And even in Kiswahili, it is only recently when they are beginning to say mabadiliko ya tabia ya nchi. So you can notice from even this question of language that long time ago this was not a real problem. All the things that are happening were not there, and it is therefore something that even in terms of language and so on we are grappling with. Because the focus is the local rendition of climate change, we have said in this meeting so far that it will be important to conduct a lot of civic education on what is climate change in our communities, so that there is a conversation which is genuine, and maybe like our Maarifa Center developing something which says what is climate change, what is climate emergency, crisis, action, ecosystems, greenhouse emissions, adaptation, mitigation, FLOCA, all those rendered in very easy language so that the conversation can be genuine. And even all these frameworks that we have developed, them being customized so that all sectors, particularly the grassroots level, they are able to be a part of this conversation. I think, Madam Justice, something new is going to emerge in terms of climate justice. You might get sometime soon in the courts people saying that national government, county government, and so on and so forth require to adhere to climate justice rights, just like the other socioeconomic rights that exist within the Constitution, and therefore a new jurisprudence emerging. Let me, as I conclude, also say that communities already are themselves battling with climate change, and whatever it is, climate crisis and so on, and whatever it is that they do must also be factored in terms of our responses, including its costs, so that we don't make them invisible and they are just people to be acted upon. And in terms of this COVID-19, which really even delayed this meeting and so on, the Ministry of Health is really continuing to tell us as counties that we must, tell our people about the dangers. We are not yet out of the woods, and particularly vaccinations, so that is done very well. Chief Justice, we are happy for the High Court here. It is really a modern one, and we are very proud that you were able to do that for Makueni County in terms of delivery of justice. And we provided 5 acres, some acres of land, and that is really the partnership even which is being emphasized in this meeting. So, karibu sana Makueni. We are happy where you are. We think Kenya will be safe with you in this transition period. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Host Governor. On the High Courts, I'm not sure most governors here would be happy here because I also want like the one you have here. The next speaker is the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Devolution, Honorable Julius Korir. If you can come and talk to us, please.
Thank you, Honorable James Ongwae, the session chair, Honorable Chief Justice, Lady Justice Martha Koome, our guest who is here with us, Miriam from Zimbabwe, Honorable Chairman of the Council of Governors, governors who are here, and all members of the diplomatic corps, senators who are here, and all the delegates, good afternoon again. I think mine is very brief, just to recognize your presence, Lady Justice, and welcome you to this family of devolution. I think through the Constitution 2010, Kenyans decided that they wanted to change the way they run their affairs, and one of the key decisions that they made was to ensure that we devolve governance. And so every year since in the first era of devolution, the devolution family has been meeting every year, only say for challenge of COVID the last 2 years, this event was postponed up to today. But we are glad that we are back together as a devolution family, and this is a place where the two levels of government recommit themselves to ensuring that the fruits that were anticipated under the devolution would be realized. It is a time we also take stock of where we are, where we've come from, and where we want to go. And on the basis of that, we also take lessons learned so that we can, as a family, again, make Kenyans realize the fruits that they anticipated when they decided that we need to change this constitution. During these forums of devolution conference, we normally focus on pressing challenges that face the citizens. And in this year, we all said that climate change is a major pressing challenge that is facing the country, and we need to rally ourselves towards how to address this main challenge. And so yesterday, today, we've just been discussing how do we as a country mitigate and also alleviate the challenges and the hurts that come through climate change. We've also been able to share amongst ourselves the instruments that are available to counties, to governments, and to the citizens on how we can alleviate this challenge that is facing us. We've also agreed on a number of efforts that we need to put in place, and this is in recognition, and I think I want to quote one of the senators from America, the former actor Schwarzenegger, when he said that combating climate change requires collaboration of all levels of government. And I think this conference, your Honorable Lady Justice Koome, this is why we have come here today, that the two levels of government, including now your side, we are calling all of us so that we can collaborate to combat this major challenge. So as the national government, we are very much committed. We've done the commitments that are required globally, and now we are cascading them to the county, and that is the subnational governments. So thank you so much, and welcome to this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. It's now my pleasure to invite Honorable Senator Margaret Kamar, the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, to talk to us. Margaret.
Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome, all protocol observed. I will not repeat what the Speaker said yesterday because he made a big statement on the role of Senate in the theme of the conference, which was climate change and multi-level governance for climate action. But I'll only mention one or two things, Madam Chief Justice, that one, climate change is real. However much we are not able to describe it, as was stated by the host governor, the effects of climate change are real, and we are all suffering because of the effects of climate change. One of the effects that came out clearly yesterday, and has also been touched in the Senate a number of times, is the resource conflicts that result from climate change. We have had conflicts over resources, over grass, over grazing grounds, over water. Only a month ago, the Senate was on a mission in, our Security Committee, actually in Senate, was on a mission in Laikipia. They have been to Baringo before because of the conflicts that are rising because of long droughts and flooding that comes thereafter. And because of that reality, it really calls for all of us to work together to see how we can deal with the effects of climate change. I want to confirm that in the Senate currently, we have a bill that is coming up, sponsored by Senator Zani, on how we can start involving our primary school and secondary school children on the issues, environment and climate change in particular. This is very important because however much we say climate change is new, the effects have been with us for a very long time, but we have never understood. So the bill that is coming up is creating a law that will enable us ensure that at the basic education level, climate change and environmental issues are taken very seriously. This is very useful now because we are dealing with CBC, which is more practical than ever before. So a clear understanding is going to come forth immediately after that that bill is translated into an act. Otherwise, I would like to join the rest of the members, Madam Chief Justice, in welcoming you to join us so that we walk the same road when it comes to dealing with climate change in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. It's now my pleasure to invite the Chair of the Council of Governors, Excellency Honorable Martin Wambora, the Governor for Embu. Please, Excellency Governor, talk to us.
Our chief guest, Honorable Lady Justice Mother Koome, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, Excellency Governors, Honorable Reverend Dr. Mariam Rutendo Chikukwa, MP and Chair of Parliamentary Committee of Local Government, Housing Works in Parliament of Zimbabwe. Cabinet Secretaries present, Honorable Senators present, Deputy Governors present, Honorable Members of Parliament, Principal Secretaries, Heads of Missions, Members of County Assembly, other national government representatives, private sector and civil society representatives, international delegates, our development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will not give us a long speech of blah, 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 like yesterday. So I'll make a very, very brief speech, indeed, to the point. On behalf of the Council of Governors, I take this opportunity to welcome you, your Honorable Lady Justice Mother Koome, Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, to the 7th Annual Devolution Conference. I also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Dr. Honorable Miriam Lotende Sikwamba of Parliament of Zimbabwe. We appreciate you joining us in this conference. As a continent, we must begin to learn governance and climate action from each other. As a council, we are honored and truly privileged by your presence here at this second day of the conference. Honorable Lady Justice, the theme of our Devolution Conference being multi-level governance of climate action with a specific focus on how the subnational governments can contribute towards unlocking the full potential of climate action. County governments have a role to play in dealing with challenging climate action with subnational lens. Of prominence from the discussion yesterday, which is going on today, was that both levels of government should adopt climate-smart solutions that enhance sustainability and resilience in local communities. We are in agreement that climate change poses a serious threat on the survival of this planet and the people in it. Therefore, we made a clarion call to some national governments all over the world to rise and take their places in the effort to combat the impacts of the changing climate. As the temperatures get warmer and more populations move to urban areas, county governments must put in place systems that guarantee proper planning in cities, municipalities, and townships, and develop green spaces for their residents. The other key issue was food security. One of the biggest threats posed by the changing climate is the threat of food systems. With rising temperatures, so as to realize food security among our small-scale farmers, Honorable Chief Justice, distinguished guests, yesterday we launched a financing locally led climate action FROCA program. And the conviction is that this program will support subnational climate action to the benefits of the communities up to the world level. In conclusion, therefore, I wish to thank the judiciary for protecting the devolution whenever it has been under attack. And going forward, let us consult each other as necessary. Thank you for listening to me. May I now take this opportunity to invite you, Lady Justice, to address us. I think, may I hold on? Thank you for listening to me. May I now end there. Asanteni sana. Shukran sana.
Thank you very much, my good chair. Now we have the opportunity to listen to our sister from one of our sister countries, Madam Dr. Reverend Miriam Rutendo Chikukwa is a member of parliament in Zimbabwe. She is a chairperson of local government, public works, and national housing in the Zimbabwean parliament. She is also a member of the environment committee. What this job entails is that the cabinet secretaries, or in their case, the ministers in charge of public works and the ministers in charge of national housing, have to report to her. She is a chairperson of a subnational area, local government. You also, our Kenyan local government, the system that we took over from, all you governors who are here, you know that the bulk of our officers were actually local government officers, and that we had a local government system, which they still have. And that's what she's in charge of, and that is what, so she has come to the right place, and we would be gladly want to hear what our sister country, their experiences and so on. So, Madam Reverend Miriam Rutendo, welcome to Kenya. Like I did tell you, the people that are in this room are the ones that are governing this country. In the broader sense of from the national government, from the parliamentary system that we have both Senate and National Assembly, from the subnational government system, where we have the executive led by the governors, deputy governors, and what we would also call ministers at the local level, and the members of the county assemblies. They are all here led by their chair, their speakers. They are all in this room. And it is my distinct pleasure to invite you to talk to us. Otherwise, welcome to this great country of Kenya also. I did tell you that this particular climate is almost like a climate of parts of your country that I've visited, actually just about the same. Please come and talk to us.
Allow me to remove this. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm delighted to be here. In fact, I want to thank my God for me to be here today. I was not sure yesterday when I was still in Parliament at 2 o'clock whether I was going to make it here today. By God's grace, I'm here and I give glory to Him. The Honorable Chief Justice, Martha Kawome, Honorable Cabinet Secretaries here present, County Governors of Makueni, and all Honorable Governors here present. You know, when I start speaking of governors, I was the former governor, but we call them Ministers of State of the Harare Metropolitan Province. So when I come to this conference, I feel I'm at home. My fellow members of Parliament, the diplomatic community, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I know all of you also want to understand what we are doing in Zimbabwe as far as devolution, especially devolution, because it's what I oversee. It is a great honor to stand before you today in celebration and acknowledgement of the milestones that Kenya has made in the devolution field, giving its people the right to choose development according to its values, culture, and aspirations. It is this people-centered approach to national growth and sustainability that can in turn also ensure that the environment is well protected and thus mitigate the effects of climate change. I'm especially gratified that I get to visit and see this beautiful county of Makueni, which is an example of the success that devolution brings to those who are not only determined to uplift the livelihoods of people, but who are also able to use the resources that they have at hand and implement projects by the people for the people. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you kind greetings from my President, His Excellency, Dr. Emerson D. Mnangagwa, who has asked me to convey his regards to President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and the entire government of Kenya, and the people of this great nation. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mdenda, the President of the Senate, Honorable Mabo Chinomona, the Clerk of Parliament, Ms. Chokuda, and all the Members of Parliament of Zimbabwe bring you their greetings. Habari Kenya. 2 weeks ago, I was in Nairobi in a devolution benchmark visit. This after my country has realized that Zimbabwe has a lot to learn from Kenya, which has had more than a decade of experience. My government believes that we can learn a lot from the Kenyan system, as we have also embarked on the decentralization exercise, and so far it has produced very good results. And you know, when we learn, we will not do copy and paste. We will have to do some, and others will have to change to suit our own cultures. In Zimbabwe, the Portfolio Committee on Local Government, Public Works, National Housing, Social Amenities, which I chair, performs an oversight role of the implementation of devolution in Zimbabwe. The oversight function is also performed on other institutions that fall under the purview of the parent ministry. It is worth noting that the outcome of the referendum process in Zimbabwe reflected the desire of the people to be in charge and well informed about their development agenda. The result was the adoption and constitutionalization of devolution and local government through the 2013 Constitution. However, between 2013 and 2018, there was little to no traction in the implementation of devolution. The new dispensation emerged as the champions of implementation of this very important program. Despite the absence of a legislative framework, this firm commitment was heralded and buttressed by the intergovernmental funds transfers, devolution funds, to all local authorities which were meant for the implementation of devolution programs. Ladies and gentlemen, the adoption of devolution into the new constitution of Zimbabwe divided the administration of Zimbabwe into 3 levels: national, provincial, and metropolitan and local governments. The primary aim was to transfer fiscal, political, administrative, and market powers and responsibilities from the central to the semi-autonomous lower levels of government. This would effectively ensure that there is democratic participation, localized development, and equity in the distribution of the perennial scarce government resources. The new dispensation committed itself to implementing devolution as pivotal to the working towards the attainment of Vision 2030. We believe the decentralization will ensure the preservation of national unity, prevention of all forms of disunity and successionism, the democratic participation in government by all citizens and communities in Zimbabwe, and that there must be devolution of power and responsibilities to lower tiers of government in Zimbabwe. But still, we must all understand that devolution in Zimbabwe is more of economic devolution because we are still a unitary state. Thus, in this regard, my government is committed to give powers of local governance to the people and enhance their participation in the exercise of the powers of the state and making decisions affecting them. We are working towards the promotion of democratic, effective, transparent, accountable, and coherent government in Zimbabwe as a whole, as well to preserve and foster the peace, national unity, and divisibility of Zimbabwe, to recognize the right of communities to manage their own affairs and to further their development, to ensure the equitable sharing of local and national resources, and to transfer responsibilities and resources from the national government in order to establish a sound financial base for each provincial and metropolitan council and local authority. Section 5 of the 2013 Constitution of Zimbabwe provides for tiers of government in the following manner. The tiers of government in Zimbabwe are the national government, provincial and metropolitan councils, and local authorities, that is to say, urban councils, by whatever name called, to represent and manage the affairs of people in urban areas, and rural councils by whatever name called, to represent and manage the affairs of the people in rural areas with district into which the provinces are divided. At this juncture, I call to mind the words of the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who rightly opined that in the face of today's challenges, the world needs bold leadership. We need less hatred, more dialogue, and deeper cooperation. I believe I'm not wrong to equally opine that this conference is testimony of our boldness to fight against COVID-19 and climate change. Furthermore, allow me to opine that this engagement is the continuation of a long-standing, fruitful, and cordial relationship between the Zimbabwe and Kenya. We need more dialogue and deeper cooperation. Alone we go fast, together we go far. May I take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude for the invitation to attend this conference. This will further enhance our understanding of your devolution system and also help us to adopt best practices. In conclusion, I want to urge Kenya, Zimbabwe, and in fact all Africans and our development partners of the need to work together in unison. For the Bible says in Acts 2 verse 2, when they were in one accord, the Holy Spirit came. So as we work together, join together, unite, we'll go far. I thank you. May the Holy Spirit be with you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend, for those nice words. Na nyi wa Kenya namna gani? Simpigie makofi jamani. Asante sana, and thank you for coming to Kenya, and thank you for those nice words. Now, the next program is a program that might make me change the sitting arrangements a little bit. Madam Lady Chief Justice, we are running a very, very small, a short video on the gains of devolution, 9 years into devolution, whatever successes and problems and troubles and so on that we may have found on the way. We wanted to go through them. It's a very short video. And because we do not want you to crane your neck and turn backwards, we are kindly requesting, since all the speakers have now spoken, that you guide and work together with the Chief Justice back to your chairs. We will watch the video and I will gladly bring her back to the podium so that she can talk to us and give us words of counsel. Thank you very much, all of you. So wampigie wale ambao wameongea, please wapigie makofi. Thank you very much and be blessed. So the organizers, if you can run for us the video, please.
This new constitution is an embodiment of our best hopes, aspirations, ideals, and values.
For the last 9 years, devolution has lived up to its objective by bringing services and governance closer to the people. This is a highlight of the gains, opportunities, and challenges encountered in the journey so far. Health. County governments shoulder the primary responsibility of delivering health services to the citizens of Kenya. In undertaking this mandate, the county governments have ensured that essential services are delivered with minimum interruption. Programs aimed at reducing communicable diseases such as HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis have been sustained. Regarding interventions against non-communicable diseases, county governments have improved screening and diagnostic capacity and improved capacity for care, leading to reduced waiting time for surgery, improved clinical outcomes, reduced referrals, and efficiency at county health facilities. Maternal and child health programs have also yielded marginal increases in skilled birth attendance, prevalence of use of contraception, and immunization coverage. Since the launch of the universal healthcare initiated by His Excellency the President, county governments, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the Public Service Commission, have recruited 9,721 healthcare workers of various cadres to support primary healthcare management. Community health volunteers have played a pivotal role in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic at the community level. County governments remained at the forefront in the management of COVID-19. The transformation change in the sector is our pride. Agriculture. In recognition of the integral role and the contribution of the agricultural sector plays in the growth of the country's GDP, county governments have invested heavily in the development of the sector over the last 9 years. In the wake of climate change and in response to the high demand for fruits in the global market, county governments distributed 2,242,243 assorted fruit trees. Additionally, in appreciation of the importance of potatoes as a source of food, income, and employment, counties distributed 257,200 potato vines. This is expected to go a long way in improving farmers' incomes and increasing foreign exchange. The county governments have also distributed subsidized inputs to farmers. Further, county governments have invested in agricultural machinery with over 350 tractors operating in 29 agriculture mechanization stations. This was not without challenges. We experienced disruption in the local and global markets and the food distribution systems. The two factors notwithstanding, the sector has been dynamic, with increased investment, particularly in the export crops. These developments notwithstanding, several challenges including the desert locust, increased input and fuel prices and erratic weather patterns have negatively impacted production. Urban Planning. Section 104 of the County Governments Act requires that counties have planning frameworks that integrate economic, social, physical, environmental, and spatial planning. These frameworks act as a tool for guiding county-level management and use of land and other natural resources. They also enhance development control, including zoning for industrial, commercial, agricultural, and residential development. 4 counties have completed and approved county special plans, while 21 other counties are at different stages of preparing their special plans. 18 counties have established functional GIS labs, a critical system in supporting decision-making and in managing, analyzing, and displaying easily understood geographic information. In 20 other counties, the process is ongoing. The Council of Governors, in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands, has developed the County GIS Implementation Guidelines that provide an extensive guide to GIS data acquisition, management, and use. The Urban Areas and Cities Act provides for the establishment of different categories of urban areas, their functions, and management structure. Together with the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, county governments have continued to partner with development partners to ensure effective service delivery for the people of our counties. Additionally, the Kenya Urban Support Program has continued to significantly impact our urban areas and has over 600 complete and ongoing projects ranging from modern markets, organized parking, recreational parks, stormwater drainage systems, connectivity, street lighting, waste management, solid and liquid, among others across various municipalities throughout our counties. The infrastructure development has transformed the beneficiary urban areas into thriving commercial hubs with livable residential neighborhoods. Apart from creating local jobs, the projects have also improved municipal revenues, urban mobility, economic efficiencies, pedestrian safety, public safety, and security. Climate change. 33 county governments have enacted climate change acts. These county governments have established the County Climate Change Fund through these county laws. Under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, county governments are expected to establish county environment committees whose main role is to coordinate environmental activities at the county level. So far, 46 county governments have gazetted their county environment committees. Through the county environment committees, counties are implementing specific environmental management and conservation programs. Water and sanitation. County governments are responsible for the provision of safe water and sanitation services for all. Over the years, there has been tremendous improvement in the establishment of water reticulation infrastructure to ensure an uninterrupted water supply in both urban and rural settings. Currently, the households connected to piped water in the counties are approximately 5.8 million, which is about 48%. In 28 counties, over 50% of the population have access to safe and clean water. Counties have developed water master plans to solve the issues in the sector. 30 counties have either a water act or a water policy or both. county governments have made considerable progress in investments for both hardware and software for municipal waste management. 28 counties have enacted solid waste management policies and laws, while 10 other counties are in the draft stage. These policies provide a platform for promoting a circular economy that includes waste collection, segregation, recycling, standards, and design for materials recovery facilities and engineered landfills. Devolution is indeed working through a transformative agenda and the support from development partners as well as the private sector, civil society organizations, and the Devolution family, the challenges notwithstanding.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my singular pleasure to invite our chief guest, Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, to come and talk to us. I want you to stand and clap for her, please. Chief Justice, these are your people. Please talk to them. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice Chairperson of the Council of Governors, Your Excellency Ongwae, for welcoming me here. Your Excellency, Honorable Martin Wambora, Chairman of the Council of Governors, Excellency Governors present, Honorable Senators present, our sister from Zimbabwe, the Honorable Minister, Reverend Dr. Miriam, Minister for Local Government, members of the National Assembly present, members of the county assemblies, development partners, excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, ends of mission, climate defenders, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. Amjamboni. Mureazeo, thank you very much, and indeed it is an honor for me. I also feel at home, I feel comfortable, I feel safe and secure, especially because I'm in the county of my professor, my teacher, His Excellency Professor Kibudha Kibwana. He taught me law, he taught me jurisprudence, he also taught me character formation, handwork, resilience, and he taught me how to fight for human rights. Thank you very much, my teacher. I'm also in the company of my sister, Excellency the Deputy Governor Anderina Mwao, my friend, my compatriot. We fought for gender equality for many years, and then she became the Deputy Governor. I'm very proud of you. It is indeed an honor for me to address this annual Devolution Conference, which has become an important event in our calendar as a nation, because it is a time that we come together to interrogate ourselves and see what we have done as counties. And I congratulate all the counties for the great work you have done, looking at the compendium that was shown to us and the little video. I am just in awe for what you have done for our people. Devolution is indeed one of the values and principles entrenched in our Constitution, and we at the judiciary have also mirrored our operations to the social transformation promise, which requires governments, both at the national and the county levels, to reach the most marginalized and vulnerable members of our communities. This is the spirit of devolution. To effectively deliver on this promise requires unhindered collaboration and coordination of all the actors, both in the national government and in the county governments, while recognizing the inherent nature of our independence. When I woke up this morning, I was a little discouraged because I was attacked for attending a meeting of intergovernmental stakeholder meeting to plan the preparedness of our institutions for the coming general elections. And when I woke up, I asked myself, now, the Judicial Service Act gives me the mandate to be the link for the judiciary with other government agencies and other arms of government. It also creates the National Council on the Administration of Justice, whose mandate is to collaborate and coordinate all the actors in the administration of justice to ensure that at the end of the day we render seamless services. So I ask myself, when I come now to meet politicians, what will they say about me? Then I told myself, we have to celebrate always this constitution that we have, which expresses the wishes of our people, and because our people were very clear that the independence of the judiciary should be underpinned in the Constitution. It cannot just be taken away. When we were children, we used to suffer many sicknesses because of where we grew up. One of them was a skin rash we used to call mwale. If you met somebody who had mwale, they would infect you with mwale. So what I try to tell Kenyans is that independence of the judiciary is deep, is fundamental. It cannot be taken away simply because I have sat with other agencies of government, with the politicians. We are required by our constitution to collaborate and coordinate our affairs. No one can act in a silo and be able to deliver for the people. It is for that reason the people ask for a devolution of power to local levels so that there is participation by the people. And almost everywhere, the people wanted the state restructured. They wanted to have greater control of their own destiny and to be free to determine their choices of lifestyles and affairs. They wanted more communal forms of organizations, including the role of elders defined. That is critical to devolution. The people also wanted mechanisms to regain control over their destinies and to look at their future with their own eyes. When the Supreme Court considered the tenets of devolution in Advisory Opinion Number 2 of 2013, the former Chief Justice, a son of this region, Kitui County, whom we celebrate also, stated, and I quote, Dr. Willy Mutunga, "Devolution is the anchor promise of the new Constitution. It reverses the system of control and authority established by the colonial powers and continued by successive governments. The land devolution matters evidences the central place of devolution in the deconstruction of our state. Thus, Chapter 11 only approach would wrongly obscure the interlocking nature of devolution with other aspects and institutions of the Constitution, an element which is critical to the success. End of quote. I also had occasion to sit in a case that requested us to find that health services should be returned to the national government because there was total failure by the counties to deliver health to the people. And we interrogated ourselves as a bench of 3 judges in the Court of Appeal, asking ourselves, what is our role as a judiciary? And we were reminded of the principle of devolution, which is one of the principles that we should respect and uphold all the time. And although there was overwhelming persuasion that health should go back to the national government, we were also reminded a few counties are doing well in health, especially Makueni was cited, and we had confidence to tell them health will remain a devolved function, and if you don't know how to do health, come to Makueni and see how it is done. So we in the judiciary uphold that principle and value of devolution. This conference is the embodiment of the constitutional premise of collaborative governance that is required by our Constitution in Article 6. The national anthem that we all sing and we have sung for many, many years also reinforces the values by calling us, we all, and with one accord, in one common bond, united, build this nation together. And this is what embodied me this morning, that nobody can expect the judiciary to remain alone and deliver justice. We must work with others, because indeed we work for others. We don't work for ourselves, we work for others. Turning to the theme of the conference, for a long time, we took our environment and the natural resources that God has granted us for granted, never thinking of them as limited resources we could use up, and so never developing innovations against making use of them without concerns about the future. Today, however, the fact that human activities are causing climate change is no longer deniable, and it is now widely accepted that through our actions, we can harm ourselves. We can also harm each other, and we can harm the future generations. This makes this year's theme of the annual Devolution Conference on climate change and the role of sub-national, namely county governments, in mitigating climate change a timely topic, given that the impact of climate change can already be felt in our country, in our communities, and in the ecosystems through increased incidents of droughts, floods, heat waves, to name just a few examples of the incidents of extreme weather events associated with climate change. The time for climate action is now, given the impact of these changed climate conditions to our people's ability to access water, the resulting low agricultural productivity, leading to food insecurity, negative impact on our people's health conditions, damage to critical infrastructure that disrupts our transport systems, water and sanitation infrastructure, to name just a few direct consequences of climate change. This makes it clear that we should move with speed to embrace measures that promote adaptation to our new reality and put in place policies and measures to mitigate the impact of climate change on our communities and ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, beyond the realm of personal ethics, which imputes a moral obligation on each one of us in our individual capacities to change our behaviors in response to environmental concerns, all state organs have an obligation to promote adaptation to this climate reality and adopt policies and measures to mitigate its impact on our people and future generations. Effective and equitable climate actions demand that mitigation and adaptation policy interventions in response to climate change be pursued on multiple scales of governance, the global, the national, and the sub-national levels. In fact, while the setting of mitigation standards is often made at the international and national levels, adaptation and mitigation activities are often implemented and have impact at local levels. Thus, it is at this county level of government that is best placed to implement actions intended to mitigate and adapt to climate change. A look at the assigned functions from the national and county governments and our Constitution reveals that the county governments have a heavy responsibility of climate action due to the link between the functions assigned to the counties and the impact of the climate change. We face a future where there is a likelihood of the emergence of many life-threatening diseases because of climate change. Indeed, and many speakers before have spoken about the global pandemic, COVID-19, and the increased incidences of outbreaks of Ebola, Marburg virus, and other viruses are testament to this reality. It follows that the climate change is likely to have a drastic impact on healthcare, and this imposes an obligation on the county governments to strengthen their primary health care system as a response to these health impacts. In the sphere of agriculture, field crop agricultural production and the effects of drought on animal husbandry will expose the country to food insecurity and increased risk of malnutrition, increased food prices, and incidences of starvation. As the level of government vested with the functional competence of agriculture, that includes crop and animal husbandry, the county governments ought to incorporate climate change mitigation and adaptation measures in our agricultural policies and legislations. And I'm very, very happy to note many counties have indeed enacted policies and legislations to that effect. In addition, water stress is expected to be worsened by climate change. This means we are headed to a future where our citizens and communities will be subjected to increased incidences of water scarcity, and this will be accompanied with the likelihood of the spread of waterborne diseases. Relevant to us is the fact that water and sanitation services are a functional competence of the county governments. Thus, the county executive and assemblies must be alive to these realities and begin to adopt and implement mitigation and adaptation measures before it gets too late. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, time is not on our side. We are running towards the possibility of being caught and prepared. Thus, both the national and county governments ought to make serious efforts to prepare for this looming threat to us and to our future generations. Thus, the key point to note is that the consequences of our failure to act now is likely to outweigh any considerations that is hindering us from adopting the requisite adaptation and mitigation measures to climate change. I will speak briefly about climate action and climate justice and link this to the vision we launched recently in the judiciary, which we call the social transformation through access to justice and our social justice jurisprudence. The Constitution on Article 10 articulates our foundational values and principles that include sustainable development, human dignity, human rights, and social justice. These values and principles and the rights that give effect to them are the rights to human dignity, social and economic rights, and the right to a clean and healthy environment, which have implications for duty bearers like county governments with respect to climate action. It also means that there is climate action which has a justice element. The social justice aspect of climate change include 4 elements. 1 is the principle of prevention. 2, intergenerational sustainability. 3, protection of the rights of the most vulnerable. And 4, fair participation, which has a procedural requirement to involve people for whom we make decisions to be part of those decision making. These 4 elements are enforceable as justiciable claims, and our courts are already developing jurisprudence to give effect to them. Thus, the county and the national governments should be on notice that they must take climate action obligation seriously. Lest you'll be brought to court and there will be findings against you for breach of the climate change. The first principle of an equitable response to climate change is prevention, effective and rapid action to avoid dangerous climate change. This means that county governments must act and be seen to take action to prevent climate change. Intergenerational climate change, the second principle demands that future generations should not inherit reduced life opportunities due to our unsustainable use of natural resources and degradation of essential eco and climatic systems. It is also made clear under Article 42 of our Constitution that we have to take sufficient action to prevent dangerous climate change. This is an obligation that our courts and tribunals have enforced in several instances, including in the Save Ramu case before the National Environmental Tribunal on building a coal-fired power plant in Ram. The third principle is the obligation to access policy choices according to their impact in protecting the most vulnerable by 1, reducing exposure and increasing adaptive capacity of the most vulnerable communities and population groups, avoiding entrenching or exacerbating existing inequalities, for example, by creating disproportionate financial impacts on poor households. These principles speak to the social and economic rights and the right to human dignity of the vulnerable groups of persons within our communities. County governments have an obligation to ensure that these persons access socioeconomic goods like food, water, and health care as part of their mitigation and adaptation measures to ensure that these people's rights are not violated as a result of the impact of climate change with its manifestations in the form of drought, floods, pandemics, among others. In addition, the effect of climate adaptation and mitigation policies is a crucial issue in any discussion of the response to climate change. We should bear in mind always that the cost of adapting to climate change should not disproportionately fall on the poor and the vulnerable members of our society. Where the cost of adaptation and mitigation measures is not thought through carefully, they have the undesirable effect of increasing inequality in our society. Lastly, the entire policy development, implementation, and evaluation process related to climate change should involve active participation of stakeholders, with an emphasis on the fair participation of vulnerable and marginalized groups. Given our Constitution's strong commitment to the ethos of democratic participation in governance, whenever the national or county governments engage in climate action related to policy development, the citizens, including the vulnerable groups, must be involved, as it is only through their input that we can ensure that adaptation and mitigation policies are owned by the very people that it is going to affect. Indeed, it is given that climate change will affect food security, access to water, and health outcomes in our country. This is likely to see the living conditions of the vulnerable segment of our community worsen and exacerbate the already existing inequalities in our society. What this should tell us is that the most vulnerable need to be included in our decision-making efforts. This is an obligation that has been enforced by our High Court in Mohammed Ali Bandi case with respect to the Rapset project, and in the Mui Coal Basin Koroko community case with respect to coal mining projects. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that our Constitution imposes a climate action obligation on all state actors, more so the national and the county governments, as evident from the Charter's insistence on sustainable development. In addition, we come to grips with the threats, dangers, and challenges of climate change and the required climate action. There is need to bear in mind the social justice imperative in the Constitution that requires that our mitigation and adaptation measures and policies protect the vulnerable, the excluded communities, and population groups among both the current and the future generations. I thank you for listening. I thank you for inviting me. Long live devolution, long live climate justice for all of us. Thank you.
Sijasikia claps. Mwingine tena, nyinyi watu wa siasa mnajaa hapa. Pigia Chief Justice clap mzuri. Thank you very much, Lady Chief Justice. We have just one final thing. I kindly request Madam Miriam, Honorable Miriam, to come here. Please have a seat. I would also want to ask my Chair of the Council of Governors. Chair, please come. I would also want to ask my Chief Whip, Honorable Tolgos, to also come. Lady Chief Justice, we have one or two presents from Ukambani, from this great region, not necessarily from Makueni itself, but from this region that we wanted to give you. You know what they are proud of, you know what they have perfected, and I do believe, I suspect that that's what is going to be given. Where is the Secretariat? Are you letting me down? Yeah, can you come up, please? The first present is to the Chief Whip, who will pass it to our our Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Madam received that present. That's a carving. It's not made in Europe. It's actually made right here, where you are. And these people are experts. The only people who beat them in those things are from where I come from. Thank you very much. The second, thank you. Hebu mpige picha kwanza. My good chair, we will hand over the present to and you know that's an elephant, Madam Chief Justice. I hope you understand what that means. And we thank you for your rational decisions that you have taken, not necessarily to support devolution, but to support the Constitution, because that's what you took your oath on, and we thank you very much for that, especially some of the decisions that you have taken on devolution. And we would want to thank you, and as you go to sit, I'm sure the Master of Ceremonies will come here and tell us about lunch and other things, but please don't leave so that we will all have lunch together, all of us together. Thank you very much. The Master of Ceremonies, the one who, yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Shall we appreciate our chief guests? Let's put our hands together for the chief guest. Thank you, Honorable Chief Justice, for reminding us climate justice and for linking independence and accountability. We're now ready to get to lunch. And allow me to give the arrangement as hearing. Because of COVID restrictions, yesterday we had a lot of crowding in the VIP tent that is right opposite here. And we are serving the same food in the tent behind on my right. So I want to ask that when we exit for lunch, the VIPs, development partners, sponsors, honorable senators, honorable members of parliament who are here, we will exit and go to the tent on my left. That is the VIP tent. And the rest of us, there's another tent here behind on my right that has the same food. So let's avoid crowding in the VIP tent. And we shall have our lunch and come back 2:45. We still have one sub-theme in plenary, and then we shall break for the breakaway sector sessions. While we take our lunch and come back, I'm told that we need to try and visit the booths that are across the road, and they will put up a nomination form for the best booth. Please participate in telling us who has the best booth, and the best and the runner will be awarded tomorrow. As you can see, we have a link. So very simple, you just get to the link, click it, the form will come, a very simple form, fill it, and just send. And by tomorrow, we will know who has the best booth. Otherwise, thank you, and let's enjoy our lunch. We'll be back at 2:45. Asanteni.
trying to.
Uko sawa? Ama nikupe muda? Poa. Haya basi. Hebu sikilizeni. Nafahamu sana kuhusu kuangamizwa. Hili sio jambo bayana. Wacha niwaambie. Kuangamia sio jambo njema. Kisha mnajiangamiza wenyewe. Kwa miaka milioni 70 ni jambo la kustajabisha sana nilowahi kusikia. Angalau tulikuwa na vimondo. Kipi kisingizio chenu? Mnaelekea jangani sababu ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, lakini kila mwaka serikali zinatumia mabilioni ya fedha za umma kuruzuku vyanzo chafuzi vya nishati. Hebu tafakari kama tungetumia mabilioni kila mwaka kuruzuku vimondo. Hivyo ndivyo mnavyofanya. Fikirini ni mambo mangapi ya manufaa mnaweza kufanya kutumia hizo pesa. Watu wengi duniani wanaishi katika hali ya umaskini. Hamoni kwamba ingekuwa jambo la busara zaidi kuwasaidia wasiojiweza kuliko kulipia uangamizaji wenu? Wacheni niwaambie kinaga ubaga. Mnapopambana na janga la COVID-19, kuna fursa kubwa zaidi, haswa mnapoboresha uchumi wenu. Hii ni nafasi adhimu kwenu. Wazo langu ni hili: msichague kujiangamiza. Jiokoeni isije ikawa majuto. Huu ni wakati mwafaka. Wacheni visingizio, fanyeni mabadiliko. Asanteni.
Today is difficult. It's difficult seeing just how far the current drought has spread and to see the hardship of the families it has hit. And as hard as that may be, it cannot compare to the actual threat of suffering faced by millions across this country, mothers and children being the most affected. It cannot compare to the anxiety of mothers who feel unsure about what the next few months will hold for their babies and their children. I, for one, assure everyone here who has been affected by the drought that my office will continue to support relief efforts and that you will remain in our hearts.
We have seen the water stress levels in some of the communities. Women walking up to 10 kilometers looking for water, and even when they find that water, it is very little or it is not clean, and sometimes they have to go very deep into the ground to try and get this water.
Others, they are even malnourished. Kwa sababu hakuna chakula mzuri wanakula. Hata bei ya mbuzi hakuna kwa sababu mbuzi zote zimehama, ngamia pia zimehama, ng'ombe pia wamehama, wako mbali kwa sababu ya jilali. So hata hali yao ya watoto pia sio mzuri hivyo.
What is disturbing, from a disaster management perspective, you can see all the households have been submerged. So this poses a very serious threat to health. You can see there is a threat of bilharzia, there is waterborne diseases. Mosquitoes are going to breed here. When you look at the weather conditions and the soil conditions, you expect this water to be here for the next at least 3 months.
Common entities, as has been put before, trap communities in a cycle of malnutrition, anemia, poor learning, low productivity, poor maternal and child health outcomes, and the deepening of the type of NTD complications and disabilities such as blindness, swelling of limbs, organ failure, or even brain damage.
Medical waste management. We also note that there is still an influx of medical waste that is not disposed in a safe manner. This continues to pose a great risk to the members of the public who interact with the waste materials. We therefore call upon all the county government to ensure segregation of waste is undertaken at source.
Okay, so we've had a lot of disruptions ever since we had the first case, that is in March last year. For instance, nobody knew how to respond. Nobody knew what to expect. So the government came up with measures to ensure that the population was safe, protected, among other things. So the first reaction was to lock down the country. And when this happened, movement was restricted. We also had the issue of curfew, where populations or communities were locked wherever they were, and they were afraid of seeking services. The whole of this resulted in affecting the mental health of the population in a number of ways. And we even saw it when children went back to schools, our learning institutions. So these are some of the gaps that COVID has really exposed.
COVID ilikuja ikafunga kila kitu, biashara kidogo ile wamama walikuwa wanafanya. I saw ladies or women or girls going through difficulty in their life. Kulikuwa na njaa sana. Na ninashukuru Mungu because I did what I was able to do. Wamama wengi, watoto wengi hawakulala njaa.
Wakati wa hii COVID-19, vijana wengi waliinteract na watu wa bodaboda, wakaingia katika kasi ya mapikipiki ya watu na kuanza kubeba watu, wakashika pesa hapo, wakaingia upande ya Changarawe kuenda kuweka malori Changarawe. Wakati wanarudi shuleni, wengi wao walikuwa wanakatalia kwa sababu walishika pesa, so hawataki.
The pandemic came in, we just walk one day and the schools were closed. That one somehow retrieved the community back from the light they have seen for many years now, back to those cocoons ya culture. As a county government, we sat down, we planned for a mentorship program to save the few girls who are still down there in the village.
Wamama wengi wako wanaenda sana sana wale wa clinic. Mama haendi clinic. Wengine pia tulikuwa tunaenda mpaka door to door. Ikifika hapo sisi wenyewe tunawachukua, tunawapeleka because tunawahakikishia safety yao, kwa sababu walikuwa naona akienda huko atapata COVID. But sasa akijifungua kwa nyumba pia is another risk. So tulikuwa tunafanya outreach. Tunajaribu kuwafikia door to door tukiwahamasisha. Aende tu hospitali apate hiyo chanjo. Maybe mtoto anataka chanjo. Hiyo chanjo ni important kwa mtoto. Asione atapata COVID.
Some lack their jobs and it became a burden at home such that women and men quarrels in the family. So that one also contributed to gender-based violence.
The girls that are under our program specifically faced a multitude of challenges during the time. Majority of them who are in school usually have their meals at school, and they also have care packs at school in various programs that are run through their schooling. Many people that we approached and we asked them to hold our hand during that time were very responsive, and they gave us more than we even needed. Through the food program, we can confidently say that at least their families had a meal or two per day in the period that we did the food program.
There will be more vaccines coming through, and therefore we don't want anybody to panic and to think that they are not going to get vaccinated. So is that it is a voluntary thing. It is not mandatory vaccination.
If we continue to behave normally, this disease will treat us abnormally.
Every single citizen, the duty to continue taking the health protocols that we have been by our doctors, by our experts. We must continue with face mask wearing. We must continue with hand washing and sanitizing. We must continue with social distance, because ultimately these are the factors that shall ensure combat and defeat this deadly virus. Africa is one of the most vulnerable continents to climate change and climate vulnerability, a situation that unfortunately has been aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Ini mambo yanahusu the future of humanity. It's not a local problem, it is a global problem. It's a global challenge. So we must all close ranks and come together.
Tunapanda miti mingi kila mahali, na katika initiative hii tunapanda ikiwa ni kwa makanisa, kwa misikiti, ni kwa mashule, ni kwa milima ile ya county hills, nyumbani kwa watu.
So bila miti hakutakuwa kuna uhai. So tumewaletea hii miti leo, tutapanda ile imebaki, na nitapatiana report kule Council of Governors. Huwa tunasema miti ni maisha.
Wakati huu tunapanda miti, ni jambo la muhimu sana kuchunga hali yetu ya mazingira, kwa sababu tunakuta kwamba ukame umeongezeka katika bara letu la Afrika kwa sababu ukataji wa miti.
Tangu gatuzi yanze tulikuwa 3.6 na sasa tumefika 7.1, ambayo ni kama 100%.
I'm happy that all the 47 county governments have demonstrated unwavering commitment towards this cause through rigorous tree planting.
There's a lot of money available in the world to fund climate change initiatives. But unless we operationalize the act, we shall not be able to access to the funds.
Sisi tunapendekeza kama COG wapatiwe incentives. Tuje kama national government na county government tupange incentives mpaka kwa milango ya Mawajiko waze kusaidika.
Upanzi wa miti ni muhimu, si kupanda peke yake, bali pia twajumuika kuweza kuona kwamba hiyo miche yote inakuwa.
Trees are very, very important. God has given us natural ventilators, and that's why trees are called the lungs, our lungs. That's why rivers are called our veins.
Climate change devastation is real, and evidence of increasing temperatures, failed rains, and degradation of environment in Mandera County, like adjacent arid and semi-arid counties, is common. The visual impacts of climate change are massive. Climate change has had emergency effects on livelihoods of pastoralist communities of northern Kenya, with severe shortage of water, pasture, and food reported. The situation in the arid areas has been worsened by massive deforestation by charcoal burners. The forest cover at the beginning of devolution in 2013 was limited with just a few trees. Urban areas were dusty and rusty. Dust storms were a common occurrence as Mandera received minimal or erratic rains. At the advent of devolution, Mandera County government embarked on mitigation measures to lessen the impact of climate change. Well aware that resources were limited for the task ahead, Governor Ali Roba's administration decided to start with greening of Mandera town with the hope of cascading the initiative to other urban areas.
This is as a result of trying to curb climate change effects, because the land was being degraded for firewood, for livestock grazing, a lot of movements of animals here and there, and the cutting of trees for settlement purposes. So we were finding our land was so much degraded, and even sometimes when it wants to rain in Mandera, the first thing you see is dust. So to cap all those programs as part of climate change interventions and trying to beautify our towns, the county government of Mandera embarked on a lot of greening programs in various parts of this county.
It set out 3 objectives, namely tree planting as climate change mitigation, protection of road reserves using trees to minimize encroachment, and using climate change intervention as a beautification and greening aesthetics. After multi-stakeholder consultations and with unwavering political will, Mandera County crafted a strategy of climate change mitigation packaged as safety net for the vulnerable and poor mothers resident in Mandera town. There was need to incorporate the public into the mitigation plan for the initiative to succeed, and the collaboration has borne immense results today. The most vulnerable mothers from all the diverse clans to ensure inclusivity were identified to pilot the greening project in partnership with Mandera County Government. The county government put up water infrastructure along the roads so that mothers could source water easily to support the initiative. The greening initiative settled on the drought.
Equity is on course to plant 35 million trees across Kenya. A spot check recently indicated 90% of the seedlings planted over the last 2 years have survived. The grand project started in 2019 to mark the 35th anniversary of the establishment of Equity, translating to 1 million trees every year since the bank began its operations in 1984. The exercise kicked off with the planting of 3,500 tree seedlings in Miotoni block of Ngong Forest in Karen, Nairobi, led by the Group Managing Director and CEO, Dr. James Mwangi.
We are formally launching the planting of 35 million trees. The board has set aside 350 million Kenya shillings to support this initiative. We really focus on transforming lives and livelihoods of our people over the continent at large. But increasingly, it has become apparent to us that sustaining the transformation of lives require an integration with the conservation of the environment.
The next stop was Meru University of Science and Technology's Botanical Garden, where 40,000 tree seedlings were planted on a single day.
Since we started planting trees from just before 2016 up to now, you can see the place is beautiful. I enjoy walking here 45-30 minutes every day. The air is fresh, the dust is gone, the place is just beautiful. The hotness that used to be there is no longer there. And I think we can only celebrate the good thing that has come as a result of planting trees. Trees bring rain. Trees are the oxygen. Trees is the fertility of the soil. Trees are life.
By the close of the year 2020, 3.4 million tree seedlings had been planted in various parts of the country. The national drive saw Equity branches mobilize communities and their leaders to plant indigenous and fruit tree seedlings in hospitals, schools, universities, and churches. Equity and the Kenya Forest Service joined the University of Nairobi in their annual planting exercise that saw 7,000 trees planted in 7 campuses. At the launch of the initiative at the Wangari Maathai Institute of Peace and Environmental Studies, University of Nairobi Vice-Chancellor Professor Stephen Kiama said the exercise would plant the seeds of peace and hope for future generations.
When we plant those trees of different types, different varieties, we believe that the birds will just come and be able to enjoy that environment. Others will be able to provide shade And many of the trees also are able to provide the medicine. Therefore, perhaps bring even hope to those birds, to the insects and the others that can be able to breed and survive within that environment.
We as Equity Bank will continue to work with you in planting trees. In the last 1 year, we have planted over 4 million trees. And today we join you in the exercise of executing 7,000 of them.
We believe in partnerships. We have now an open door policy that we believe that we can only achieve this when we work in partnership with all people of good intent. I want to appreciate the role Equity Group has played and taken towards tree growing and supporting the country to achieve the 10% tree cover by 2022. This day, therefore, draws attention to the increased need for collaboration by various players in tree growing initiative.
In Rongai, Kajiado County, the local community, supported by Kazi Mtaani, turned up in large numbers in support of the initiative that saw 5,000 tree seedlings planted at the African Nazarene University's main campus.
This is really a demonstration that this is a partner that we can work together, because they are not only thinking about today, but they are thinking about generations. Because I remember when I was growing up, one of the investments that I was told about generations is planting trees and taking care of our mother nature.
Equity Ngara branch enlisted support from the Kazi Mtaani program by partnering with the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government to plant 3,300 trees at Mathari National Teaching and Referral Hospital.
One of the ways of taking care of the environment is planting of trees. Today we have planted over 3,000 trees. In Mathari we have a target of planting over 4 million trees, which means when such organizations as Equity come and partner with us, they assist with getting that target.
More than 200 youth from Mathare sub-county came out and partnered with Equity Ngara staff to plant the tree seedlings in the hospital that focuses on mental health matters.
We are glad to partner with Equity, knowing very well that they are market leader when it comes to the banking world. We know that to have these people as part of our partners, we are going to do a lot for this hospital. Assisting the community is one of our mandates as a hospital, and we are glad that Equity has taken up also that bit of being involved in community projects which impact more, and we are happy that they are not just in the bank.
Among the trees planted were 200 ornamental trees and 100 grafted mango trees.
It's very hard to get place where you can be able to plant trees and to have community participation the way we have seen. So my role is to ensure that community participation is there. We are seen to be responsibly engaged in conserving the environment. We want the community to be with us, because beyond transactions, there is perpetuity.
In Kirinyaga County, Equity Mwea branch staff planted 18,000 tree seedlings at Murinduko Forest in collaboration with officials from Kenya Forest Service, Kirinyaga County Government and residents.
Tulikuja nyinyi committee mkatuambia huko kwenye kulichomeka na mnataka kuangalia vile mtafanya rehabilitation. Kitu kilinifurahisha nilipokuja upande nyinyi mlijitolea sana. Kulikuwa kumejaa lantana huku yote. Na hii kazi yote imekuwa tayari na tutapanda miti. Ombi langu ile kubwa kabisa ni kwanza tuchunge hii miti iwe kwa sababu hapa tunarudisha indigenous trees.
The branch sponsored the planting of the trees on a 7-hectare piece of land in Murinduko Forest that had caught fire 15 years ago.
Na ilipochomeka haikupandwa miti. Tumefanya kazi kubwa sana na community hapa tukisaidiwa na Equity Bank
juu imetupea pesa kidogo ya kufanya clearing na kuchimba mashimo. Hii exercise haingekuwa successful siku ya leo isipokuwa ni Equity Bank.
Tumeshukuru sana. Huu msitu tumejaribu kutafuta wafadhili watusaidie kurudisha katika hali yake, lakini imekuwa ni changamoto. Na wakati tunafanya hii kupanda leo miti, in a way tunaita enrichment planting. We are enriching what is existing in terms of species diversity.
Led by Nairobi East Regional Manager Kenneth Mogona, Equity Enterprise branch staff planted 300 trees at the Mata Hospital as part of an initiative to green the hospital compound.
The Sisters of Mercy have given us that allocations where we are planting trees, and so far we have planted over 25,200 and we are still counting.
We really feel privileged that you thought of us, and I assure you, Equity Group, that these trees are going to flourish. I urge the Mata Hospital staff, the management and every department, please nurture your tree.
Equity Group Chairman Professor Isaac Masharia led a team from Equity to plant 2,000 trees at the Thika High School as he represented the Thika High Old Boys Association.
We realize the importance of the environment in creating opportunities for wealth creation, because if we don't have a good environment, you know that climate change is because we have not paid attention to our environment, and climate change has so much impact, including poverty. So when you want to alleviate poverty, take care of your environment.
The 2021 World Environment Day under the theme Ecosystems Restoration was marked by the planting of 65,000 trees in partnership with Nyandarua County Government at the Nyakanja Springs, supported by Naivasha, Ol Kalou and Nyahururu branches.
This county is blessed with rains, so it rains quite regularly. So we make sure that we take advantage. So every time there are rains, we'll be able to partner with Equity and other friends of the environment and be able to increase the portfolio of the county from 22% forest cover possibly to more than 30%.
In total, Nyandarua County benefited with 115,000 seedlings of both fruit and indigenous trees that included 50,000 tree seedlings planted in Kipipiri.
Hii program tayari imeanza, hata miti ingine imeanza kukua. Equity Bank tuwazungumzia, wakasema watasaidiana na sisi. Wana haja kupanda miti na sisi tunahitaji miti. So tukaona zote tunaelekea pamoja.
Na sisi kama Equity, hiyo ni kitu moja tumekelea maanani sana. Tree planting is quite important in our daily lives. Na nimeshukuru sana wakati tulifika hapa tukaona mko watu wengi sana. Kwa hivyo hata nyinyi mmeshikilia hii maneno vizuri.
To ensure survival of the seedlings, a digital monitoring system is used where the progress of the tree is mapped to a mobile phone.
The issues of climate change are real, and climate change is coming because of years of industrialization and human activity through deforestation and agriculture. And the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now are at some levels that are very, very high. One of the ways in which we can sequester that carbon from the atmosphere is by planting trees. And as a corporate organization, we want to take leadership by planting trees, and that's why we plan to plant 35 million trees.
The tree planting initiative to plant 35 million trees has seen 7 million trees planted in less than 2 years and counting, and is pegged to the bank's 35th anniversary marked in 2019, which stands for 1 million trees every year since the bank began its operations in Kenya. The initiative was driven by the bank's pursuit to promote sustainable finance by concentrating on people and planet as it conducts business.
This new constitution is an embodiment of our best hopes, aspirations, ideals, and values.
For the last 9 years, Devolution has lived up to its objective by bringing services and governance closer to the people. This is a highlight of the gains, opportunities, and challenges encountered in the journey so far. Health. County governments shoulder the primary responsibility of delivering health services to the citizens of Kenya. In undertaking this mandate, the county governments have ensured that essential services are delivered with minimum interruption. Programs aimed at reducing communicable diseases such as HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis have been sustained. Regarding interventions against non-communicable diseases, county governments have improved screening and diagnostic capacity and improved capacity for care, leading to reduced waiting time for surgery, improved clinical outcomes, reduced referrals, and efficiency at county health facilities. Maternal and child health programs have also yielded marginal increases in skilled birth attendance, prevalence of use of contraception, and immunization coverage. Since the launch of the Universal Healthcare initiated by His Excellency the President, county governments, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the Public Service Commission, have recruited 9,721 healthcare workers of various cadres to support primary healthcare management. Community health volunteers have played a pivotal role in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic at the community level. County governments remained at the forefront in the management of COVID-19. The transformation change in the sector is our pride. Agriculture. In recognition of the integral role and the contribution of the agricultural sector plays in the growth of the country's GDP, county governments have invested heavily in the development of the sector over the last 9 years. In the wake of climate change and in response to the high demand for fruits in the global market, county governments distributed 2,242,243 assorted fruit trees. Additionally, in appreciation of the importance of potatoes as a source of food, income, and employment, counties distributed 257,200 potato vines. This is expected to go a long way in improving farmers' incomes and increasing foreign exchange. The county governments have also distributed subsidized inputs to farmers. Further, county governments have invested in agricultural machinery with over 350 tractors operating in 29 agriculture mechanization stations. This was not without challenges. We experienced disruption in the local and global markets and the food distribution systems. The two factors notwithstanding, the sector has been dynamic, with increased investment, particularly in the export crops. These developments notwithstanding, several challenges including the desert locust, increased input and fuel prices, and erratic weather patterns have negatively impacted production. Urban planning. Section 104 of the County Governments Act requires that counties have planning frameworks that integrate economic, social, physical, environmental, and spatial planning. These frameworks act as a tool for guiding county-level management and use of land and other natural resources. They also enhance development control, including zoning for industrial, commercial, agricultural, and residential development. 4 counties have completed and approved county special plans, while 21 other counties are at different stages of preparing their special plans. 18 counties have established functional GIS labs, a critical system in supporting decision-making and in managing, analyzing, and displaying easily understood geographic information. In 20 other counties, the process is ongoing. The Council of Governors, in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands, has developed the County GIS Implementation Guidelines that provide an extensive guide to GIS data acquisition, management, and use. The Urban Areas and Cities Act provides for the establishment of different categories of urban areas, their functions, and management structure. Together with the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, county governments have continued to partner with development partners to ensure effective service delivery for the people of our counties. Additionally, the Kenya Urban Support Program has continued to significantly impact our urban areas and has over 600 complete and ongoing projects ranging from modern markets, organized parking, recreational parks, stormwater drainage systems, connectivity, street lighting, waste management, solid and liquid, among others across various municipalities throughout our counties. The infrastructure development has transformed the beneficiary urban areas into thriving commercial hubs with livable residential neighborhoods. Apart from creating local jobs, the projects have also improved municipal revenues, urban mobility, economic efficiencies, pedestrian safety, public safety, and security. Climate change. 33 county governments have enacted climate change acts. These county governments have established the County Climate Change Fund through these county laws. Under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, county governments are expected to establish county environment committees whose main role is to coordinate environmental activities at the county level. So far, 46 county governments have gazetted their county environment committees. Through the county environment committees, counties are implementing specific environmental management and conservation programs. Water and sanitation. County governments are responsible for the provision of safe water and sanitation services for all. Over the years, there has been tremendous improvement in the establishment of water reticulation infrastructure to ensure an uninterrupted water supply in both urban and rural settings. Currently, the households connected to piped water in the counties are approximately 5.8 million, which is about 48%. In 28 counties, over 50% of the population have access to safe and clean water. Counties have developed water master plans to solve the issues in the sector. 30 counties have either a water act or a water policy or both. County governments have made considerable progress in investments for both hardware and software for municipal waste management. 28 counties have enacted solid waste management policies and laws, while 10 other counties are in the draft stage. These policies provide a platform for promoting a circular economy that includes waste collection, segregation, recycling, standards, and design for materials recovery facilities and engineered landfills. Devolution is indeed working through a transformative agenda and the support from development partners as well as the private sector, civil society organizations, and the Devolution family, the challenges notwithstanding.
Kenya has developed a robust climate change action plan to scale up efforts and to maintain a low-carbon development trajectory. The plan includes commitment to restore degraded water towers, accelerate forest restoration, and to increase our tree cover to at least 10% of our land area in order to promote a sustainable blue economy, but also promoting green manufacturing.
You do not need to imagine, you have seen it all. Flooding, droughts, tropical cyclones, water management problems, rising lake water levels. These are not images of a prediction of future problems in a common movie. Sadly, it is a reality that if it is not happening in your locality, it is happening somewhere in the world right now. Climate change has been recognized as the biggest 21st century problem next to COVID-19. Globally and locally, the biggest contributor to the increasing population of refugees is attributed to climate change. According to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, climate change is defined as the change in the average atmospheric condition of a place over a long period of time due to natural and human-induced causes. And the results are devastating. They include reduction in agricultural production and food security, increased health risks, damaging of critical infrastructure, and interruption of provision of basic services such as water and sanitation, education, energy, and transport. In the recent updated Nationally Determined Contributions NDCs 2020, Kenya has estimated the cost of implementing mitigation and adaptation strategies by the end of 2030 will amount to $62 billion, and out of this, $228 million has been set aside for the adaptation programs aimed at supporting the most vulnerable sections of the population. The above global climate crisis can only be managed by increased efforts to reverse the effects and their causes in 2 words: climate action, which refers to the stepped-up efforts towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions and strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-induced impacts, including climate-related hazards in all countries. This war can only be won by integrating climate change measures into national and county policies, strategies and plans, and building institutional capacity for climate change mitigation, adaptation, impact reduction, and early warning according to the United Nations.
Tunajua ya kwamba kama Kenya Forest Service, bila kuwa pamoja na wananchi, hatuwezi tukahifadhi misitu. Hata kama tuko na forest rangers, hawawezi kuwa kiwango ya kwamba kila moja analinda mti wake.
Kenya, as a party that ratified the Paris Agreement, the International Treaty on Climate Change adopted in 2015, has taken up these efforts in earnest. A collaboration between county governments and the national government, with a priority being given to the world's lungs, trees and forests, is ongoing across the country. County governments have made several steps to address climate change, and they are making effort to adopt green economies in line with Kenya's Vision 2030. For example, counties have incorporated climate change interventions in their County Integrated Development Plans, CIDPs, and have progressively passed legislation to support budget allocation for climate action. 46 county governments have designated CECMs responsible for climate change to coordinate climate change affairs in the counties. 33 counties have so far developed climate change laws, while the remaining counties are at advanced stages of finalizing their climate change laws. The same county governments have established the County Climate Change Fund, CCCF, through these county laws. 6 counties have an operational CCCF and are contributing a percentage estimated 1% to 3% of their development budget into the CCCF kitty. The designated fund, which is ring-fenced, has made it possible for counties to establish tangible adaptation projects such as rock catchments, sand dams, livestock laboratories, and water pans, among others. Whereas counties are making strides towards addressing climate change, there are challenges that are being experienced at the sub-national level, which include funding. The county equitable share is limited, hence most counties have not set aside a percentage of development budget towards climate change initiatives. Uncoordinated climate action. There is need to train county officers on climate change mainstreaming. Additionally, there is need for interdepartmental coordination at the county level and collaboration between local governments and communities to support local resilience building and coordination between national and county governments in design and development of climate action initiatives.
Sinking, investment sinking underwater. This is because of destroying our forests. So apart from planting, I think we also have an obligation to actually protect what we have planted.
Alikuwa miti mingi, watu wakaharibu wakakata msitu, wakaharibu wakachoma, lakini sasa tangu kaunti aliingia, ikachukuliwa hatua hakuna sasa maharibifu, sasa tunarudi kutekeleza. Na kutekeleza ni kupanda miti na kuongeza pia maarifa zingine kuzuia mmonyoko wa udongo na kuelimisha watu.
To address this, the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program seeks to support the government of Kenya in strengthening local resilience by building capacity to plan, implement and monitor resilience investments in partnership with county governments and communities, building county-level capacity for planning and implementation of local climate action, and strengthening national-level capacity for coordination, monitoring and reporting.
Mkikuja Makueni viongozi, mweleze watu kwanza, kitu ya kwanza wapande miti ndio mvua ianze kukuja kwa wakati wake. Naona kutakuwa na mafanikio makubwa.
The willingness of county governments in Kenya to enhance climate action has been building momentum, and their commitment has been demonstrated through their participation as a unified delegation in the Climate Action Summit and Conference of Parties. County governments have committed to partner and share experiences with other countries on how to build subnational resilience, promote conversations and commitments that will ensure the country is on track in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and strengthen the efforts toward climate action.
It is quite a privilege to have the Devolution Conference, because I think economically it will build us, considering that the 47 counties will be coming over here. More so, I believe it's a privilege considering there are so many counties which have been left out, and we have been considered to be one of the hosts.
Kwanza tuko na furaha sababu biashara ilikuwa chini na tunawangojea kwa hamu ili tujue kama tutapata kitu.
Kulingana na maoni yangu, naona tutanufaika kwa sababu kama
County governments, the governors, and their officials, as well as members of county assemblies who have taken their work seriously. Together, you have delivered services needed by our people, and on behalf of all Kenyans, I want to thank you for the good works that you have indeed undertaken.
Hizi kuendea malicense imekuwa rahisi sana. Si kama vyenye tulikuwa tunaitaka huko unapaka line, mara unapeana kitu kidogo, lakini siku hizi ni kupoa. Simama, Wakenya wote simama. Simama, wewe shujaa, simama.
Zamani hatukuwa tunapata hata madaktari ya ng'ombe hapa jijini, lakini sasa madaktari wanakuja wanasaidia wakulima. Kwa hivyo mimi binafsi kama mkulima naona tumefaidika kubwa. Simama, simama, Wakenya wote simama.
Let us learn from mistakes we made. Let us not repeat them. We have no choice than to put our houses in order. Less politics, more action.
The intention was to create units with a size and population that made them economically viable. It is time to look at how to recover this original spirit.
Devolution cannot be complete without a group of people crucial to this story and who rarely get acknowledged, members of the county assemblies.
Mbeleni tulikuwa tunaona ni kama hatuna serikali, lakini kwa sasa hivi wameingia na wamefanya hii kazi yote, at least tumeoja. Mbeleni tulikuwa tunasikia tu.
All of us as leaders have a role in reconciling this nation and ensuring that every Kenyan has access to basic services and opportunities.
We need clearer modalities for embracing, promoting, and institutionalizing the principles of cooperation, collaboration, consultation, coordination, consensus, and concurrence between these two governments.
We have solid agreements on ensuring that our farmers, from tea to coffee to avocado to macadamia and many of the other items, including what we can export from our livestock products. The market of about 1 billion people in China is available to us.
For so long, Kenyans have been debating devolution, its merits and demerits. From what we have learned, the time has come to put this knowledge into acts and deeds that transform the lives of Kenyans.